it doesn't interrupt you. Yeah.
Good evening. I call to order this meeting of the Town of Buena Vista Board of Trustees. This is Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. The time is 7 o'clock. Tonight we have our Deputy Town Clerk Lillian Simpson. Paula's on vacation. Lillian, would you please give us a roll call?
Mayor Fay,
Here.
Trustee Cobb,
Here.
Trustee Jenkins,
Here.
Trustee Lucrezi,
Here.
Trustee Rowe,
Here.
Trustee Swisher.
Here.
Please join in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If anyone would like to speak during public comment, there's a sign-up sheet that you need to complete, and we will then call on you when it's time for public comment, or if you're here for the public hearing and you'd like to speak, then please list that on the sign-up sheet. So we have an agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any changes that trustees would like in the agenda? First. Oh, we're gonna do that. That's right, Peter. Peter, are you ready to join us as a trustee?
I am.
Great. Philip, are you going to do the?
I am. Peter, you ready for this?
I am. I have the oath right in front of me.
All right, great. I'll try not to mess up either. So,
Okay.
all right. So you can raise your right hand if you'd like. Don't have to, but you can repeat after me. I, Peter Hylton-Hinga,
I, Peter Hylton-Hinga,
do affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
do affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the laws of the State of Colorado,
the ordinances of the Town of Buena Vista,
the ordinances of the Town of Buena Vista,
and will faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee
and will faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee
upon which I am about to enter to the best of my ability.
upon which I am about to enter to the best of my ability.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's exciting.
Welcome, Peter. So we'll pretend you're sitting here with us now.
I'll do the same.
Okay, good. So does anyone have any comments or changes they'd like to see in the agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Okay. Lucrezi Jenkins. And then we have the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes minutes of various committees and the town clerk report. We have a resolution reappointing Andrew Rice as a regular member of the Water Advisory Board. Thank you, Andrew. And then we have a resolution in regard to a development called Base Camp LLC. Does anyone have any changes in the consent agenda? Do I have a motion to approve it? Second. Jenkins Cobb. Great. So now,
Call for vote.
we don't need a roll call on this, right? All in favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved. So, Lillian, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
No, Mayor Fay, there's no one on the list.
Okay,
We do have one on Zoom,
oh, good. Let's hear from that person.
I believe.
Yeah, I see Mike Thurman with his hand raised on Zoom, so I will allow Mike to talk.
Okay, thanks for having me. My name is Mike Thurman. I live up on 350. I currently own and am in the process of restoring the Orpheum building downtown. And I just found out about this meeting a little while ago, and so I'm not totally prepared. I've tried to read through the documents, but I've not quite been able to get through it. So I'm flying a little blind here, but this idea of historic and architectural review is very important to me because for the last 20 years, all I've ever done is in the past 20 years, all I have done, excuse me, is work on old buildings. Is a passion of mine, and I love it. I love taking an old building and restoring it to the point where people are confused as to what's new and what's old. So I have a very good background with this, and my hesitation and my concern before reading through this is I want to I implore, I beg of the trustees to think of this as this whole process, as a process. It's not one decision, it will be multiple decisions, and it will be a process that will change. But I want there to be collaboration. I think that's probably the biggest word I can think of that needs to happen between anything that the trustees would recommend. Collaboration between the developer and town. I love building so much. I started to get involved with a historic committee in my Denver neighborhood of Park Hill. And within 3 meetings, I realized it was a complete train wreck for a lot of reasons. One size does not fit all with old buildings. You can have 2 old houses built beside each other by the same builder, and you will run into very different problems. I've done it many times. And so one size will not fit all. And so town is going to really have to be flexible with whatever process they start, or they will end up with actually the reverse of what they wanted. They'll end up with cookie cutter problems. The second thing, and I know I'm under a time limit here, is cost. And I'm not saying this is a greedy developer, not at all. I poured a lot of money that I could have poured elsewhere into projects to do it correctly. And there are a lot of guys like me who will do that. But the insurance, when I got insurance for the Orpheum a year and a half ago, and I've never been asked this on old buildings, I was asked if this was a historically designated building or in a district that was historic, or if it itself had historic designation. And I've never heard that. And about the third carrier, I was like, so what happens if this is? And she said, off the record, you don't get insurance, because we know the amount of time, effort, and costs it's going to go into this does not make it worth a headache for us. And that was a big aha moment for me. Another thing is just the realistic cost of, I've invested a significant amount of money on stuff that nobody has seen yet, because that's how you do a building. So we've moved big utilities, the gas line, the electric, the sewer. And the more layers that you add on that don't necessarily provide the value, like the gas pipe that we had to redo last year, I don't know of many people in town, many plumbers, and I called around. Most people don't even, okay, most people don't even want that job. And so how are we going to meet requirements by town when we can't get people, skilled people, to come in and do the technical work that town's asking us to do? It literally, the project may not even happen. The last thing is time frame, and will that add to our time frame so much? We already, are challenged by a shorter building season in the mountains. but will this, are there mechanisms in place that will make the timeframes realistic? And then the last thing is who sits on the board, and is there accountability they have that the town would involve? Do they have accountability, and are there things in place that would allow those people to be removed if they are not helpful? Because it's a very hard thing to do, to decide, is this historically accurate? For example, with the Orpheum, that building was started in the 1890s, even though it's got 1910 on it. I had an old stucco guy come in from the Springs to talk about it, and he said, I'm pretty sure this stucco was blown on that building in the 30s or 40s. So
Well, I
now
think
what's
we're out
this?
of time.
Okay,
Thank
thank you guys. Good
Thank you
luck
for your
discussing that.
comments.
Okay.
Do we have any other Zoom comments?
Does not look like it. No.
Okay. So tonight we have a public hearing. And the purpose of the public hearing is to have the trustees approve or amend or approve or amend or deny an application for a distillery pub license for Deer Hammer Distilling Company, which has been operating as a manufacturer and sales room as their type of license. And they are applying to us to change their license to be a distillery pub license. In doing so, they would be able to serve other kinds of alcohol from other businesses in addition to their own. And they'll also be able to serve food. The license that they've been operating under, the manufacturing license, focuses primarily on distribution of their own product to consumers on site or those who want to buy a bottle of spirits and take it out and consume it elsewhere. So this change to a pub license changes the motivations there as to how they get their profits. So they will be able to make money by serving other people's liquors and serving food. And the food has to be 15% of their gross revenues. So, so they've gone through a lot of steps already, getting a petition signed by neighbors and filling out an application, going through background checks. And Philip will discuss the steps they've taken so far.
Well, I'll do my best covering for Paula here, so bear with me, everybody. So her Paula's summary memo.
Philip, may I jump in for just 1 second? Sorry.
Please do.
Yeah,
Please do, Jeff.
just want to make sure we're actually opening the public hearing, and so, staff reports is usually the part of the public hearing, and then public comment and the applicant's comment is part of the public hearing too. So I usually recommend you open the public hearing, hear from staff, hear from the applicant, hear from the public, and then give the applicant a chance to respond again. And that's all part of the public hearing. So just want to make sure we're clear we had the public hearing open. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Jeff. We have opened the public hearing.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. So in the memo, you will see, I'm going to just highlight a few things. I know the board has seen this, but for reference in your discussion and deliberation, staff has outlined the 4 basic criteria that you look at when considering this as the local licensing authority. So they're listed there 1 through 4. It talks about reasonable requirements of the neighborhood for the type of license applied for, the needs and desires of adult inhabitants, the number, type, and availability of alcohol beverage outlets located in or near the neighborhood. And in this case, neighborhood refers to town and any other pertinent matters affecting the qualifications of the applicant to conduct this type of liquor establishment. So similar to the last public hearing, but just a reminder, those are the criteria for the board to reference. So as a summary, I think the mayor actually introduced this well. Deer Hammer Distilling, which has been operating in town for quite some time now. So you all are very familiar with it. Owners Amy and Lenny Eckstein have applied for a distillery pub license. They have been operating with a manufacturer and sales room license for up until now. And there's reason for them to apply for the distillery pub, which you do see kind of explained there. There's a reference to the Colorado statute that explains this type of license. So it gives you a little bit of context of why someone would be interested in this. I won't speak for the applicant. They can explain if the board has questions about specifically why this license, but it does give them the ability to sell third-party or other manufacturers' products there. Also requires them to serve food. So it operates very similar to what a brew pub, how a brew pub operates. So in terms of process and requirements there, again, summarize the appropriate fees have been paid. Application was turned in and public notice was given for this hearing. Background checks were submitted and satisfactory results were received. Proof of possession of the premise has been provided. A needs and desires petition has been circulated and included in their application. And then finally, all of the relevant department heads have signed off in review of this, including police chief, planning director, code enforcement, fire, and environmental health. So staff is asking for the board to consider these facts, and then what you hear during the public comment portion of the public hearing to approve with amendments or deny this application. And that's what we have. So I'll answer any clarifying questions for staff.
Any questions from trustees?
Yeah, Philip, I reached out to you with that one question about previous food truck on that property. And why is this application separate from that situation with the Deer Hammer?
I mean, Jeff can jump into applicant and probably provide some explanation, but this, going back to what this license will allow them to do, it's third party, other manufacturers' products, so other products through that, and then they will be providing their own food service with this license.
Good. Thank you. That's fine.
Jeff popped up, but he disappeared.
I disappeared because that was a good answer. I'll leave my video on, sorry.
Okay. Now we'd like to hear from the applicant.
Okay. And I think our attorney is on. Mesner Reeves or Daniel that, yes. So I'm not.
Do you want Daniel to speak?
Would that be okay if I could just open up first if he wanted to introduce, and then I'd appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I apologize, we were a couple minutes late.
Daniel, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm trying to turn my video on. Great. Thank you so much for allowing us to attend this hearing virtually, or myself attend virtually. I greatly appreciate that. My name is Daniel DeLay. I'm the attorney representing the applicant on this distillery pub application, appearing for Deer Hammer Distilling Company, LLC, doing business as Deer Hammer Distilling Company, located at 321 East Main Street, Buena Vista. Here on behalf of the applicant is also Amy and Lenny Eckstein. The city has thus far, the town, I should say, has thus far done a great job of kind of explaining the background with respect of what the applicant holds in current licensees, and then what they are seeking here today. If the authority allows me, I'd like to take my client through kind of an informal direct examination so that I can elicit some comments for the authorities to kind of address some of those questions that may be outstanding for the authority. With that being said, is everyone able to hear me and track with me okay thus far?
Yes.
All right. As I said, we have Amy and Lenny here. Amy, can you go ahead and just introduce yourself and kind of tell the authority what your position is with Deer Hammer?
Yep. Amy Eckstein, owner, Lenny Eckstein, owner. We are the original founders from back in 2010, and our son Arlo Eckstein is making an appearance as well.
And Amy and Lenny, you're the two. Your ownership makes up 100% ownership of the applicant. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Amy, are you over the age of 21?
I am.
All right. And do you consume alcohol on occasion?
Yep.
All right. And where's your establishment located?
321 East Main Street, Buena Vista.
And then the separate adjacent sales room, where is that located?
So that's 105 Barnwood. We currently have two licenses. We have one in our warehouse, 105 Barnwood Drive, and one at 321 East Main Street, and that's under our manufacturer license.
And it's your understanding, your intent, if granted the new distillery pub license, to relinquish those licenses that you currently hold. Is that correct?
Correct. We will give up our both manufacturing licenses, and then hopefully are approved for a distillery pub license at one location, just the 321 East Main Street.
Great. And what is your intent to do with that separate location? Do you have a plan of action right now?
We do not plan. No, we just continue to make it part of our warehousing and distilling operation.
Great. So tell the authority a little bit about your establishment and kind of how the operation currently works.
Yep. So current ads in the past, which Trustee Jenkins brought up, we are a manufacturer. So we are allowed to wholesale to distributors, which is about half our business. And then we also serve for what's called on-premise consumption, which people buy our spirits we make and consume it on site. Traditionally in the past, we have never had a requirement to have food. In the past, we have been the landlord for a standalone food truck because we haven't had to have food. That's how we opted to do it. It worked well. So what we have noted, we want to be more year round and have food offerings more than 5 months a year. And that is something we've been working towards. And the legislation changed very recently to allow this distillery pub. So if we can sell 15% of food, we can then offer other alcohol. So that will open up doors for supporting alcohol other than ours. It's nice. We're creative. We make all our own alcohol. We only serve our own alcohol, which is impressive. But then we can also offer beer, wine, cider, and that would really allow us to be more competitive, especially in the off season when people want a lighter offering. So that's our intention. So to do that, we are taking on our own food program. So very different than what's happened in the past, and it's all under Deer Hammer Distillery. And then Lenny, I don't know if you want to speak at anything, or you feel like I hit the point?
Amy covered the gist of it. We had a manufacturer's liquor license. We could only sell the liquor that we make. We could keep doing that. We really wanted that food as a complement to the full visitor experience, but because of legislative change, it's kind of nice to have lower ABV offerings. That's really what we're looking to do.
Sure. And I want to get into kind of the idea behind your food menu. But first, I just want to kind of round out about this space that you're in. Approximately, do you know how many square feet your establishment is?
About 2,500 brick and mortar space, and then a patio, which is about 1.5 city lots, and then 4,000 square feet warehouse.
And the applicant, the Distilling Company LLC, Deerhammer Distilling Company LLC, is in exclusive possession of that area, correct? Through a lease.
Correct.
All right. All right. Now let's talk about the menu. So can you just describe generally what your intent for the menu and the concept behind that is to the authority?
I mean, we're doing we call it mountain town comfort food. It's gonna feel like burgers, fries, chicken wings, all food that people want to consume at on a patio. Basically, we'll probably do some fun stuff in the winter, but really a full streamlined menu.
Great. And how many employees do you currently have?
Can't keep track.
Yeah, between right now, we just did some hiring, 13 to 15, most of which are year round.
All right. And to ensure that alcohol is served in compliance with the liquor code, do you have any policies or procedures in place to ensure compliance?
Yes, so we have a safe serving alcohol policy in place, both for safety, safe serving, as well as checking identification and making sure people are of age, or two of the main ones.
And that Serve Safe program, is that through tips?
Correct.
And can you tell the authority a little bit about how you've trained your employees through tips, and then also the background, including training other establishments' employees?
Yeah, so historically, and you guys are probably aware of this, locally, or at least within the county, in-person tips or safe serve alcohol training were offered, I think, by the State Patrol. I want to say, I could be mistaken on that. I think maybe 2020 put a damper on that. And a lot of the tips training started happening online remotely, which is always an option, just not as favorable. More recently, Deerhammer is engaged in kind of spearheading the tips training operation for in-person, not just for our staff, but for any on-premise or any establishments that are looking for that training. So we just actually completed that a month or so ago.
We found in-person tips training is really the best way to maintain compliance in our experience.
And the authority has information in their packet about a violation earlier this year. Can you kind of explain to the authority what happened, and then the steps taken to ensure that Deerhammer is in compliance with proper serving procedures?
Sure. So in January of 2022, local police department had a compliance check or a police sting. What that means is an underage agent is sent into our establishment or an establishment and attempts to buy alcohol. Unfortunately, our employee did serve the underage police officer, which is not part of our policy. We believe in checking all identification, absolutely, and being safe. So we went ahead and had multiple company meetings, obviously counseled the employee extensively. And that's when we looked at our systems and realized in-person tips plant training, which fell by the wayside last couple of years. That is absolutely probably the best tool we have, communication and education. So we revisit all that, and yeah, we realize the importance of that and how serious it is. So we are putting all effort on that because obviously it's so important to the community and to our license.
And is it your understanding that that citation was turned over to the state?
Yes.
And then once the state had that citation, is it your understanding that no further action was taken? Is that right?
That's my understanding.
All right. All right. I want to now just ask you briefly about the petition that you completed, Amy, and if the authority has it in front of them, I'm not sure if you have it available to you right now, but can you just describe briefly how many days you surveyed the town?
I believe it took about 2 to 3 weeks to complete the petition, not full-time,
Right.
obviously, but yeah. And then we posted the sign in the window, and we just wanted to make sure that all, especially all the local businesses knew about it, because this does change the dynamic of our town, you know, in terms of offerings. And then we also just want to make sure that all neighbors knew about it. So that was our approach to the petition.
And did you circulate it to individuals that were over the age of 21?
Yes,
And then either they lived in the town or they owned or managed a business within the town, is that correct?
that's correct.
And did you witness everyone sign the petition?
Yes,
And then nobody indicated that they were against the issuance of this license, is that correct?
that is correct.
And so you had 30 signatures in favor of that, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Based on this feedback that you received through the petition, and then any other feedback that you may have gotten based on the public notices, do you believe that the area needs and desires this application for a distillery pub license?
Yes, people were in support of it. I think it will be able to help us promote more year-round offerings. So yes.
And do you believe that if issued this license, it'll help improve the economy, health, welfare, and morals of the community?
Yes, and especially of our business. Absolutely.
Excellent. I don't have any further questions for the applicant. I welcome any questions the authority may have that we didn't address through that direct examination, but thank you.
What questions do the trustees have for the applicant? For the applicant's attorney?
I have a question, Mayor. One question. Just curious, that 15% on the food sales?
Yeah.
Correct.
Track of that.
Our point of sale has,
Software on top of software.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious.
And we've been even with we started a hot dog program a while back around COVID, and we were able to meet 15% with that, which we were really impressed by. We've had snacks. So now we're looking forward, now that we have more robust offerings, and especially if we're offering it in the summer, we feel pretty confident. We've been open about 2 weeks, only 3 days a week, and we're at 14%. So after this weekend, we think we'll meet it.
Thank you.
So point of sale, I guess.
Good.
Sure.
Great.
Other questions?
That was really thorough. I appreciate the dialogue back and forth. But I do think the town is in need of more, especially year round, so. Yeah.
Anybody else have questions? Okay, I'd like to open the floor for public comments. The public?
Like Miss there, I can answer back. Which one's fine?
Are there any questions from the public for the applicant? Hearing none, I'll close the public comment. So now the board should and ask questions or comments for one another. And with the goal being that we would be ready to make a decision.
Yeah, Mayor, I had a couple questions for Jeff, just as far as criteria, because obviously that's what we like to make our decisions on. One question for Jeff. I think we talked about this last time in the last liquor license hearing about the needs and the desires of the adult inhabitants. Would that be covered? Would that the petition that they got signed, would that fall under that criteria?
Yeah, that's generally the most accepted way of proving the needs and desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood. There are other ways to do that, but most applicants use a survey petition system like this. So this is the primary way of showing that the neighborhood does, the adult inhabitants do desire a license there.
And the other question I had, Jeff, on criteria one, the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood for the type of license applied for. Could you relate that to a zoning, you know, like the multi-use Main Street? I mean, it seems like there's language in there that kind of covers this type of activity in that zone. Is that a good way to explain that criteria or understand it?
That's one, I say that's one factor, you know, is this a use that's permitted in the zone district? You know, that's definitely helpful. But another one is, you know, basically, you know, does the neighborhood, you know, how many other similar types of licensed facilities are there in the neighborhood? Are they saturated or not? You know, that kind of thing is another consideration.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think after going through all our criteria, I feel like all the boxes have been checked. And I would feel, according to the criteria, to move forward with this application.
Thank you. Other comments from trustees?
This isn't really what I'm going to make my decision on, but I'm just curious. So people could go in and get one of your mixed drinks and you have bottles of that kind, so they can walk out with the bottle to drink it elsewhere. Will they still be able to do that with this license?
So yes, that is a to-go provision. So
Okay.
Part of our license is we can always sell bottles to go. And then we can also sell to-go cocktails. And that is allowed under this license. And I think we need like a separate endorsement from the state. But yes, we will continue to sell to go. On a side note, it's gone down quite considerably.
When they purchase a bottle,
Yes.
that doesn't have to fit in with the 15% of your sales for the food though, does it?
So it does. So our wholesale is excluded. Because we
Okay.
wouldn't be able to make 15% if it was all our revenue. It's just 15% of what we sell out of the tasting room, both in cocktails and in food, in bottles, and I think merchandise as well. But you know,
Yeah.
Daniel thinks differently. I don't know, maybe don't ask him.
You know, anything?
No, like I said, I think it's really thorough. The criteria fits the bill for me. I agree with Mark.
Thank you.
Check.
Sue? Likewise. Okay. Kevin?
Same, yeah.
Okay,
That's all boxes.
great. I think we would be ready for a vote on this to approve or deny their license.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Lucrezi and Swisher. I think we should do a roll call vote on this.
Sure. Trustee Lucrezi,
Yes.
trustee Rowe,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Cobb,
Yes.
trustee Hylton-Hinga,
Yes.
trustee Swisher.
Yes.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck with your.
Thank you so much.
Close the. Great. Now we're ready for Becky Gray.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees, staff. Thank you for making space on your agenda for me tonight. My name is Becky Gray, and I am the Director of the Chaffee Housing Authority, here to update you about one of our more exciting activities to me at this point. You might know that after the creation of the Housing Authority, we've established a deposit guarantee program for rental properties. It's been wildly successful and it continues to refund itself. It's a revolving loan. So that's a really nice addition to our tool belt of affordable housing tasks. We are
underway with a 17-unit affordable housing project in Salida. And I've been working with your planning director, Joseph, and Fading West on the Carbonate Street project here to ensure that we can bring some affordability to that project as well. This is a whole separate thing, and it's relatively new to us in Chaffee County, and I'm just terribly excited to tell you about it. You'll notice there's a second Becky on this slide. Becky Longberg could not join me tonight, and I'm terribly sorry I don't get to introduce you to her. She's been hired in the last 4 months as our housing navigator. So what that is a person who helps navigate through the complex system of housing supports in Chaffee County to help keep families and households stably housed. So my apologies that she's not able to be here tonight, but I'm sure you'll see her in the coming days as she continues to do her excellent work, which is primarily creating a continuum of care in Chaffee County. So thank you. Our agenda then, what I intend to do is describe what a continuum of care is, or if you're acronym heavy, it's a COC, because we like to do that. Why does Chaffee County need a COC? Who's participating in our COC? And then how does our local continuum of care play with state and federal efforts? And then I'll just leave a little bit of time at the end for questions. So what is a continuum of care? Thank you, Phillips, for scrolling for me. I appreciate it. Keep going. Next slide, Ben. A continuum of care. This is a very standard definition by Housing and Urban Development. So it's a collaborative, I think that's a key word, approach to planning and providing a full range of supportive services for housing. Again, this is HUD's definition. The way I like to describe it is that when a household finds themselves insecure in their housing, it's typically because their budget doesn't cover all of their expenses. So what households then have to do is make choices about what they're spending their money on. Typically, it takes a continuum of services to help that household address their budget appropriately to stabilize the household and keep them stably housed. So that's really what we're doing here in Chaffee County, is creating that collaboration, creating a system for that collaboration to work, and a regular check-in mechanism so that we know that system's working over time. So on the next slide, please. Why do we need a continuum of care? We can keep going to my next slide. Is a very confused mom trying to figure out how to make her budget stretch. What I'm hearing again and again and again from a lot of our workforce is that they struggle to make ends meet 3 or 4 months out of the year in the shoulder seasons. Sometimes it's as little as $300 a month they need to make that budget work for the whole month, sometimes more. And so when a household's faced with this, they have to figure out what's the best way that they can either do without something or find resources in our local community to help fill the gaps in their local budget. Doing without tends to be more difficult for lower income households because they're not doing with much excess to start with. So when you talk about doing without, you're talking about letting go of automobile repair or maintenance. You're talking about letting go of purchasing new clothing for the month, or perhaps even not enrolling in activities or extracurriculars for children. So those are some of the difficult choices that people have to make, or they have to navigate this web of services that we have in Chaffee County. On the next slide, I took a screenshot of a really wonderful website that we have called Chafee Resources. And it is a resource where you can really find all of the health and wellness services that we have in Chaffee County. However, it's not sortable by income. It's not sortable by payment, who takes insurance, who doesn't. I will tell you a personal story. Just in the last year, my family experienced a bit of a mental health crisis. I consider myself very, very well versed on what our services are in the community, and went to this site to try to find a resource to fit us, and became quite frustrated that it wasn't easy to access, and ended up going about accessing services in a different way. And again, that is a person myself who's literally breathes and eats and drinks this type of information on the regular. So you can imagine the struggle that a typical household who's thinking about the rest of their life might have. On the next slide, we can go one more and we'll talk about who's participating in the continuum of care.
intentionally made this look like a bullseye. Because the person that you see outlined in the middle is that lady with the beautiful braid, wondering how she's going to make her ends meet. So that's anybody who's seeking some support. They sit literally at the center of the conversation, and our partner organizations sit around them. So if you think about a conference room, right, we have a whole conference room full of these organizations. And these organizations then first address that household's housing need. It might surprise you that most of those organizations have some money to help fill a housing gap. That's usually for a very specific purpose, a very specific amount, and there's usually requirements associated with it. So Department of Human Services has some funds to help with housing, but you have to have a child in the household. So a lot of our households that are struggling are single family or single person households. They're young people working in our service industry. They don't have children, so they can't qualify. So rather than having the person at the center of this conversation go to DHS and learn that for themselves, we bring the information to the regular convening of the COC. And among the partnering organizations, then we have a conversation to determine what's the best resource. This allows our community to not duplicate services, so we're not paying twice for one thing, but it also makes sure that we use the right bucket of money for the right thing. So that it fits the actual household's needs and not just fills that gap that's immediate. So you see a couple of layers around there. The ones that are highlighted in color are really the core group. They're the ones that really have the most resources for housing and support. But then there's a lot of other supportive organizations that go on around that. Next slide, please. And I think it looks a lot like it. So what we're doing as we build out this continuum of care is identifying in this kind of lighter color ring around it, the different activities that each one of these service industry or service organizations can offer. So we start with looking at housing resources, and then our next step is to build out the other support resources. Who can pay for a car battery so that I can get to work, right? Who might be able to sponsor a child's after school activities so that they can have that kind of enrichment in their life, and so forth. So I think the next couple of slides, Joseph, that just demonstrates how we're kind of brainstorming all these associated resources. Each one of the colors represents a different organization. And the idea is just to give you an idea, and you can go through the next slide as well, just that we're really working hard to identify what all those resources are so that we can convey them to the household in a very organized manner. On the next slide, please. So how does the county Continuum of Care participate with the regional, state, and federal efforts? The good news is we're not making this up. Continuum of Care is a real thing. It is definitely supported by HUD and actually promoted by HUD because it is a process that it works. It keeps people in housing. It keeps them from sliding out of homelessness, which is the most expensive thing we could do, is let people become homeless. It also it has demonstrated that it is most effective use of money and financial resources that a community has. So you can see that we are outlined in red there. We belong to the Upper Arkansas Valley Regional Continuum of Care. There's really only 5 Continuum of Cares in the state of Colorado. 4 of them are in the Denver metro area, and the rest are referred to as the balance of state. So all of the pretty colors you see there are the balance of state. The gray in the center around Boulder and Denver and Douglas County, those are the metro areas. Thank you, Philip, I appreciate that. So we're part of the balance of state. One of the interesting things about the Continuum of Care model at HUD is that based on data we provide the feds, counties are allocated dollars for this purpose. So currently, county by county, there's an allocation of funds. If a county doesn't have a COC, their funds go into the balance of state, into the big bucket. And then they get allocated out from there to existing COCs that have demonstrated success. Chaffee County hasn't had a COC. Therefore, we've submitted no data. Therefore, there's no federal funds to support this coming into our community. We are fortunate in Chaffee County to have received a health disparities grant, which I've talked to you all about before through CDPHE. And it is helping us create policies and systems to impact the affordability of housing or the stability of housing. So we're using those grant funds right now to prop this organization up, or to prop this collaboration up, I should say, and start collecting the data so that we can submit it to the feds. That way we can start having an allocation coming towards us. Since we have a COC, we can keep it here. It doesn't go to the state level, and we can serve our local communities better. Next slide, please. So this is just a really simple graphic demonstration of the data that we collect locally feeds up to the regional level and the state level. It eventually gets rolled up into the federal level. And then as they make their allocations yearly, they look at our data and can demonstrate what our need is here, and then they can allocate the funding back to us. Next slide, please. I think is up to you guys. So that was a lot, and I know more acronyms are not necessarily what we're looking for, but I do believe that this is an approach that will help us be more effective at addressing the total needs of households that are experiencing housing insecurity, as well as being better stewards of the public funds that we have. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Right, I have a question, Becky.
Yes, Trustee.
Thanks for the presentation. So by getting the data under this health disparities grant, does that ensure that you will be in line for funding for this?
Oh, that's a great question. It ensures once we report our data up to the Fed, we will have a county allocation of dollars. This is where housing gets fun and complicated, though. It's never going to be simple. That allocation of dollars goes to the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, and they allocate it out to continuums of care within the state of Colorado. So for us, it's within that balance of state. So it's no guarantee because it's still a competitive application process. However, having data to support your application is really key in breaking into it. So I can't tell you that establishing this is going to guarantee more funds, but I can tell you that it will set us up to have successful applications in the future.
And one other question, is it just HUD funding or is it other federal agencies like HHS and others?
Great question. So the COC funding comes directly from HUD, and it pays for operations of the COC, which is like magic money. Nobody wants to pay for operations. So then the support that we use to stabilize housing costs or any of the other supportive services that a household needs are going to come from the existing funding sources that they already have. So DHS is a good example of being able to pay some folks rent, and that bucket of money that they get literally comes from bell ringing Salvation Army buckets every year. The Alliance Against Domestic Violence has money that comes from VOCA, another acronym, which I can't remember what it stands for, Victims of Crime, something like this. So all of the partner organizations will still be getting their funding from their various streams, but we'll be talking collaboratively about how best to use it in our community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Becky, could you tell us again how much it costs if a family does fall into homelessness?
Yes, and it's an individual. So this is data that was collected from the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, and it's based on individuals. So I'm not sure what the cost for a household or a family would be, but the cost of doing nothing for homelessness to a community is on average $147 a day. And that's the cost of emergency responders responding to whatever issue may arise from a person's lack of housing. It's also the cost of emergency room visits, because that is one of the places that a person can get shelter. And it's also the cost of services in our law enforcement. Believe it or not, getting arrested is a strategy to stay warm or receive health care. So some people who are experiencing homelessness will get arrested so that they can get like 3 hots and a cot and medical services. I don't believe that that's typical of our population, but I do believe that the cost of doing nothing and allowing a person to slip into homelessness is very much more expensive than the cost of doing something.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, do you have all the information or the resources you need to take this, present it to them, or what can we help with so you can do that?
To do what?
Share the information with, I guess, the Fed for the,
Oh,
to make it all happen, to get the staff.
thank you. So we do, as I mentioned, we're part of a region that's part of a bigger COC that's part of the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. So there's mechanisms already established for data collection and data reporting. We're already plugging into that and learning new databases, which is always fun. So that already exists. I think where we can ask for assistance is twofold. One, make referrals to the housing authority. So if somebody or a household or a person is experiencing housing insecurity, refer them to us, to Becky Longberg or myself, so that we can get them into this table. We meet twice a month with these groups of folks to really dive through this. We can meet more rapidly if the need arises. So that's one way. And then another way is that every January, there's a count that's called a point in time count. It's typically the last Thursday or Tuesday of every January. And the goal is for communities to count the number of unsheltered people, so people literally living in places not meant for human habitation, and count the number of people who are literally living in shelters. That has only been done twice in Chaffee County that I'm aware of, one in like 2012, and then one in 2018, which was the first year I was here, and that was done really off the cuff, ad hoc. So we still don't have very good data. I think a lot of our public land managers back here might recognize that there's a whole lot more people without housing than we like to either see or believe. So there is going to be a concerted effort to hit that count hard this year. Since we have a COC, we have people that are willing to do that. So I think that's a way that the trustees can help, is by allowing us to work with your law enforcement and public land managers, and typically Parks and Recs also have a pretty good understanding of who's using the restrooms when, so that we might be able to get a better count here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question.
Mark,
Becky, we met today with the CML, Colorado Municipal League, and something that is rising to the surface everywhere in the state is pretty much the daycare issue.
Oh, yeah.
Is there resources wrapped up in any of this that will address that?
I hesitate to speak for other organizations, but I do know that Department of Human Services has funding through temporary TANF, temporary aid for needy families. Horrible name, better acronym, TANF. And I do believe TANF dollars can be used to help subsidize childcare. I'm sure there's other resources I don't know about, but in terms of a local funding source for that, very few.
other questions for Becky?
Yeah, I think it was a great presentation. It's definitely something that people don't think about or realize that are significant needs in our community, and anything that we can do as a town to support you, I'd be in favor of. So let us know what we can do, and I want to do it. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll definitely come back and update you. As I said, the COC has been meeting for about 3 months now, and it's mostly been planning and strategizing, right? Because it's a new concept and you're pulling together multiple agencies and helping the people around the table communicate to their superiors as to why they're around the table, like what is the benefit. So we really haven't started processing applicants through there yet. But after we do, I'm hoping at 6-month point, I'll be able to come back and kind of report out some of the data, let you know what supportive services are most being requested or needed, and let you know which agencies are really able to put the funding where it needs to be. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know, especially people that live paycheck to paycheck, it makes it hard if something comes up where your card that hasn't run, or you need foods, or you need to buy groceries, and you can't factor that in. So I think that's great thing for our community.
Last year, the Federal Reserve put a study forth that demonstrated that over 58% of Americans can't handle a $400 emergency, which is very real. So if you think about a car battery, right, it might be something that some of us can absorb out of a savings account, but for others, it's a breaking point. So I appreciate you recognizing that.
Yeah, I've been in that position before, and hopefully I've had support with that, but definitely seen that happen, so.
Thank you, Becky. We're lucky to have your compassion and your intelligence.
Well, I appreciate your time tonight. Please feel free to reach out. You should have my contact information and.
Oh, we do.
Okay. Thank you.
Now we're going to hear from Envision, Chaffee County and Forest Health Council. We have lots of visitors from that group.
Thank you for having me again tonight. I'm Kim Markey with Envision Chaffee County. I'm the outreach coordinator for the Envision Forest Health Council. So we updated our Chaffee County Community Wildfire Protection Plan in 2020. We just a few months ago put out our annual report. It's in your packet, so I'm not going to get too detailed on that. Hopefully you had a chance to take a peek. The Forest Health Council and I has 44 members on it. We're all working together to implement the plan. And they've together raised $20 million in the last 2 years to do the forest treatments that we need to do. I have a couple of Forest Health Council members here tonight. Marcus Selig is here from the National Foundation. He's going to talk in a second about details related to treatments around town, also related to your water supply. And we have both district rangers here tonight from the U.S. Forest Service. We have Perry Edwards and Pat Mercer here. Perry is from Salida. He's fairly new. I don't know if I can say new before.
October of 2021.
And Pat's from Leadville. So thank you both for coming here tonight. So let's see if you could back up.
And Kim, we also have Chief.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I knew that. Here. He's also on the Envision Forest Health Council, and he has been really instrumental in helping us execute Chafee chips, which is our slash removal and chipping service, as well as helping us get more communities to firewise and update their smaller neighborhood CWPPs. So this actually is the report. There was a presentation.
Towards the end.
Yeah. Oh, I can wing it. If you just go back a couple slides to where the forest health, the treatment priority area map is, that colorful map of Chaffee County. That's all I wanted to talk about with you, because I know there are a few new people here, and it's been a while since I've been here. So the little map there is our treatment priority area map. We put that together with the Colorado Forest Restoration Institute at CSU in 2020. They helped us model our wildfire risk and the location of our community assets. So a lot of people look at this map, hopefully you'll all have seen it, and think it's showing our areas of highest wildfire danger. That's not actually true. It shows where we need to treat our forest to protect our community assets. So when we updated the plan, we had a lot of outreach. We did a survey, we had public meetings, lots of people gave us input, and we asked them, what do we need to protect in the event of a wildfire in Chaffee County? And in order, the answer was firefighter and human life, drinking water supply and other infrastructure such as cell phone towers and power lines and our evacuation routes, homes and groups of homes, wildlife habitat, and our important recreation assets that support the economy, such as the Arkansas River. So I just wanted to kind of review this a little bit with you all, because again, some people unfortunately look and think this means, oh, my home isn't in one of those colored in areas, I'm okay, and that's not true. We did get the drinking water supply from the town of BV and all the other municipalities. There's 50 layers of maps behind this one, including burn probability, as well as projected fire behavior. So there's lots of information in there. We also factored in cost and feasibility. You all know we have low intensity prescribed fire as a treatment, which is a little difficult to do when you're in an extended drought. Although the Forest Service did conduct a successful one last fall at the base of Chavano. And then we can literally cut trees down by hand or by machine. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of planning. It's very expensive and it takes a really long time. So when you look at this map, you can see that our targeted areas are located in our developed areas. They're close to our populated centers. While we might have a lightning strike out in the Collegiate Peaks Wilderness that causes a wildfire, that's not the area that we need to treat. We need to treat our WUI or our wildland urban interface and the forests that are in between where we've developed and the heavy dense forest. So it makes sense that we have a lot of private property that we need to treat. The Forest Health Council's goal is to treat 30,000 acres by 2030. And a third of that is privately owned, so 10,000 acres. And that's, again, where Chief B has been really helping us out, getting people started doing their work through Chafee chips. Marcus in a minute is going to talk about how important private property treatments are to your water supply here in BV. So I just, again, wanted to go over that. What we're doing is connecting these treatments. So the Forest Service of the BLM is doing treatments on public property, and then we are connecting treatments on private property. So then in the end, we have a large area of treatments that are more effective. We call them fuel breaks, instead of a little piece of the puzzle over here and a little treatment over there. And then a big fire comes through and it's not as effective as having large treatments. So we've done a little over 3,000 acres of treatments. That's out of 30,000. But we do have about 20,000 in the planning pipeline. And I think I already said we've raised almost $20 million. Okay, so the Forest Health Council has done a lot in only 2 years in implementing this plan. We've done a lot of planning. We've raised a lot of money, but we still have a lot of work to do. So I'm going to just hand it over to Marcus and let him talk specifically about that work that's either occurred or is going to happen very soon related to the town.
Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Mayor, trustees, staff. Really appreciate the time to talk with you today. So as Kim mentioned, I'm Marcus Seelig, Vice President, National Forest Foundation. So for those of you who aren't familiar, newer to the council, National Forest Foundation is a nonprofit partner of the U.S. Forest Service. So that means that we work on public lands across the country. Here, because of the work that was done beforehand, doing the mapping, understanding how we protect all of our assets, including our public lands, we realize that we need to be working across boundary as well too. So the work that we're doing, as Kim mentioned, is a lot on private lands, which isn't something National Forest Foundation normally does, but because we can recognize the importance because of the great work that the community's already done mapping it out, we are doing that. So if we can go to the next slide. This is another version of the map that Kim had up earlier on the left. And it shows those 30,000 acres that need to be treated to reduce landscape scale wildfire risk. And what we're doing is really attacking the orange and the red areas first. We know that those are the most important, the biggest bang for our buck. And so we're going after those first. Now, how do we do that? How do we get the funding together? And that's the Upper Arkansas Forest Fund. And I've talked with the trustees before about that, but just a quick overview, that's what National Forest Foundation is doing. We're collecting funds, aggregating those funds, and then helping get them on the ground to do work on public lands, on private lands, to accomplish that 30,000 acres over the next 10 years. And so that diagram there shows how the money flows from various sources to NFF. We get it out to the partners on the ground, to contractors, and help get the work implemented. So we can go to the next slide. So Kim mentioned overall, we've raised $20 million from the Forest Health Council group doing work on the land, $20 million in value. The Upper Arkansas Forest Fund, which is really the effort that was started last year to get funds together to do some more of these treatments, we've raised $9 million since we put this together, basically a little over a year ago, to support this work. We're really excited this year because we're going to start getting that money on the ground in a bigger way to get this work accomplished. The pipeline, as Kim said, is rich with projects, and we can start implementing them now. But you see up here a list of donors A lot of this is anchored, especially for the private land treatments, with funding from Natural Resource Conservation Service. Also from the Common Ground Funds, the local tax measure. We're getting 1.64 over the next 5 years. So this is 9 million over 5 years from all these different sources, including town of Buena Vista. So many thanks for that. Specifically supporting the Railroad Bridge project. So we can go to the next slide. So what we're doing to move towards accomplishment. First, we're excited. I'm particularly personally excited because we have a new staff person in the valley that's managing all of our forest projects for us. So I can get on with my day job, and we have somebody that's actually doing this now locally. And having him on is really helping us line up the projects to get this first year going. We're going to be getting about $500,000 to $1 million on the ground this first year, doing these treatments that I have listed up here. So we're going to be treating 600 to 800 acres of those red and orange spots. These are the names of the projects. There's 3 that are really close to BV that I want to hit on. Railroad Bridge, and Pat Mercer might talk a bit more about this. This is that area on River Left above town. So it starts at Turtle Rock on the south end and runs north towards the Otero Pump Station. We started work on that last year doing mastication in the pinyon juniper forest. And this year we're going to work on some of the northernmost section below Otero Pump Station, trying to protect that infrastructure there. So continuing that work. On River Right, almost the same kind of northern edge is what we call the Riverside Project. And this is a mix of private land, Bureau of Land Management land, and previously treated Forest Service land. But we're going to be doing about 200 to 300 acres of treatment in there this year. It's a mix of different forest types, and we're going to be starting that probably August, September, doing that work. The other area that I'm really excited that we're getting into, and this, many thanks to the trustees for hitting us with this the last 2 times we've met with you about protecting the water supplies, is North Cottonwood Creek. So we're going to be doing about 200 acres of treatments in North Cottonwood Creek area. So a lot of it's on the Young Life property. We've been working with them to get plans in place to treat their forest, but there's also some other individual landholders in there whose land we're working on as well. So if we go to the next map, you can see, or next slide, you can see a quick map of what this looks like. So the Railroad Bridge project is top right, again on River Left above town. Riverside is just across from that, and then North Cottonwood. You can see in red and orange because it is protecting the water supply of BV. We're also going to be working further south on the Antero front, Weldon Creek down closer to Salida, and then on the Princeton front as well. So those are kind of the first 6 areas that we're going to be hitting in 2022. And in 2023, 2024, we're really going to be ramping up, and we'll probably be treating more like 1,000 to 3,000 acres a year. But this first year, we're just kind of getting moving as that pipeline gets really ready to go. I think we can go to the next slide. That's it. So before any questions, I'd love to have Perry and Pat come up and talk about what the Forest Service is doing on their side of the fence as well too. So thanks.
Again, my name is Perry Edwards, Honorable Mayor and Trustees. I'm very happy to be here. Quick background of myself. Got here in October 2021. I was district ranger on the Tongass National Forest in Sitka, Alaska in the rainforest, and now I'm back in the high desert country. So after 17 years, my wife and I decided that living on an island with 14 miles of road in the rainforest, there might be some other opportunities out there. And I'm very excited and feel very blessed to have found myself here. So some of the things that I have on my list, kind of tying in with Marcus, we have a cottonwood drainage project where we're looking at mainly spruce salads, the Engelmann spruce bugs having issues with that. And so forest health and fire potential as those become effectively matches as they die off. And so getting those spread out improves forest health, makes it less likely for the bugs to be able to get from one tree to another tree to another tree and help to reduce the fuels on that. We're also looking at Jones Mountain. This is something that we started a few years back and we were just overwhelmed by other projects we had to prioritize. So we're moving back into that and looking at analyzing that. I know that the cottonwood drainage, again, supplies much water to Buena Vista. So very important, much like we did over on Monarch Mountain with towns of Concha and Salida as their water sources, trying to protect those down into the future. Other projects we have going over on the east side from Buena Vista is North Trout Creek area. It includes 4 Mile area. We're looking at 1,000 acres of aerial ignition, low intensity prescribed fire in there, trying to reduce fuel loadings and kind of get things back into order again. So we're really excited about that. That includes some prescription fire between, I missed my vision, McGee and Shield Gulch area. We're also looking to increase our prescribed fire program. We've been doing on Salina Ranger District somewhere between 200 to 400 or 500 acres a year. We really need to ramp that up to something far beyond that. And I don't know what that number is. I'm working with my fire and fuels folks right now, but we're looking at fuel types, forest types, fuel conditions, and return intervals of those to try to give us an idea of what do we need to do. And I thought that the lady who was up here earlier, what is the cost of doing nothing? What is the effect? No action does not mean no effect. We're watching wildfires get bigger and more intense every year. And so trying to have ourselves prepped in the best way is critical. And again, Marcus and Kim are right on. We're trying to do this in a concerted effort amongst all property owners, because fire doesn't care who owns the land. All fire is looking for is there a path of least resistance, and it's going to find it. So what we're trying to do is not do random acts of restoration and do piecemeal, but actually think about it and work together to do that. And I think that's critical. Again, going back to the prescribed fire, the one thing I've been really impressed with the community. When I first got here in October, they were doing that Chaffee burn that Kim talked about. And we had a lot of support from people, but there are still a lot of people saying, yeah, but it's smoky. Where there's fire, there's smoke. And we need to work with Colorado Air folks to work on how can we do that to get the right permits. We also just need to recognize sometimes in the spring and the fall, there's going to be smoke. And that's way better than we're in critical fire times when there's smoke, because that's when you need to be really concerned about what's going to happen with that. So I think the message we need to continue to get out and to speak together is we need to recognize there's going to be smoke. And there are some people that maybe have health issues that it may not be a great time for them to be here for 2 days, 3 days, or even a week. But I think that's better than seeing an entire summer where you're seeing nothing but smoke. I've been on fires where communities have been 3-4 months where it's nothing like that. And that's critical for not only your health, but the recreation activities here. Do people want to come when it's horribly smoky and they're afraid they're going to get burned out of things? I don't think so. So I'm really excited about that, and that we're all working together. And what I've seen in the past is when you bring this much money from this many sources, other sources are going to want to dogpile in and say, how can we help? And I think Envision Chafee, I think NFF, I think NRCS and the Forest Service have worked really well together. And I look forward to that going on into the future. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Ray Mercer.
Thanks, Barry. Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Marcus. My name is Pat Mercer, and I'm the Leadville District Ranger, and I appreciate you all giving us the opportunity to share with you a little bit more about the updates and some things that the Forest Service and many other partners, including the town of BV, have come together to really try to address. And what we're speaking about, as Perry mentioned, doesn't know jurisdictional boundaries. We all recognize that this is a cross-boundary issue and it requires cross-boundary solutions. You probably also know that the Salida District and the Leadville District are interfaced down there by Elephant Rock, and then sort of up 4 Mile a little bit, and we break off then across the valley up where Columbia is kind of where the Leadville District starts. So there's a chunk of ground there for the Leadville District to manage too, with all the other partners. One of the things I think is really important, and maybe, I don't know if it's all that unique at this point, but it's something that has been highlighted here, is just how much one project can bring different groups together. Railroad Bridge is an example of that. It's a 2,200 acre project, part of which has been implemented already, part of which continues under implementation with funds from BV as well as other different funds. that are going towards mastication and chainsaw. So come this fall, you're probably going to hear two different things out there. If you go up through that area, that 371, 375 split, probably going to hear a masticator going on, and you're probably going to hear a chainsaw crew up there, and they're thinning that area out. Fuels is one part of it, but Railroad Bridge also, like many of our other projects, has a lot of different benefits that go with it, not just fuel breaks. It's also habitat improvement and forest health. So when we think about projects like this, I know a lot of people get focused on the wildfire aspect of it because it can be the most devastating. But we've seen diseases and insects, pathogens of different sorts move through our forests. And part of what we're doing is to try to maintain the health so that they become more resilient. And then on the habitat side too, we've seen steep declines in wildlife populations, the sheep and the elk, most in particular. And Railroad Bridge is just another example of a project that's helping to create cleared spaces, improve the forage for the sheep, improve that sightline distance that they have. So these are holistically built projects to address a solution that requires some holistic answers. And so as we work together on this, I also think it's important to bear in mind that, we're talking about Chaffee County here. This is Envision Chafee has been a really great catalyst for bringing a lot of people together. Lake County is directly to the north, and there's a Forest Health Council in Lake County. We are just Lake County, and I say we because I'm part of that Forest Health Council, completing the CWPP update using some of the same tools that Chafee used, so that we have this upper Arkansas Valley approach to what we're doing, because we can do everything in Chafee, but if we don't do some things in neighboring areas, then it just won't be as effective. And so we've got Railroad Bridge here, northern part of Chaffee County. We're working on a project just south of Twin Lakes. Many of you probably know that there's been some work done around Turquoise Lake to help with municipal watersheds and water quality, and especially post-fire effects are really significant issues once a fire does move through. So I wanted to share the vision, I guess, of many partners here, and just standing before you today and let you know that we're all working hard to try to plan for and execute some things that are pretty large scale and things that are really unprecedented up to this point, at least in the Forest Service history, of trying to turn the corner on the issue that we're facing with forest health and fuels. So I can assure you that my colleagues here are all dedicated in that effort, and we appreciate whatever support that you all may provide and the opportunity to spread the word here in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Pat ended out on a good note talking about support. So last time we came and talked with the council or with the trustees, we had a request for $10,000 to support the Riverside Project, which was granted, and incredibly appreciative. We're going to put that money to work this year. During that request, the trustees asked two things of us. Said one, go to the county and ask the county for $10,000 too. So we did, and we received that. So we have $20,000 from the town of BV and Chaffee County to put into that. The other request was to look at North Cottonwood Creek and for water protection. And it was said that if we did that, come back and ask for more money then. So I'm here to do that, to ask for more money for the Upper Arkansas Forest Fund dedicated to North Cottonwood Creek treatments. I'm in the work up there. So I said there's about 200 to 300 acres that we're going to get done this year. We estimate that work is going to cost, we're still going to put it up, we have to put it up for bid, but somewhere in the $500 to $1,000 per acre neighborhood is what we're expecting from a cost standpoint. So that's, we're asking for some more funding to support that scope of work. We have some sources that we're going to put into that, including money from the state and from some of our private corporate partners. But we can always use more because there's a lot more work to do up there. The specific work we're going to be doing in that area, it's a mix of different vegetation types. So we're going to be doing this, as Pat explained it, mastication work, which is really just chewing up the pinyon juniper trees with a big machine that turns them into a mulch. Essentially, they're pretty amazing to watch work. And when we get into the mixed conifer and the riparian areas, we're going to be doing hand thinning work or selective harvest with machines to go in and thin those areas out as well too. So it'll be a mix of those two types of treatments that are again really geared towards reducing fire risk in that particular area, so that we don't have post-fire flooding impacts if it were to burn. So that is my request. Some more funding, somewhere in the $20,000-$25,000 neighborhood would be fantastic if that fits within the town's budget. And happy to answer any questions that any of the trustees staff may have. Yeah.
A quick question about, it might be a different funding source, but as far as like education, with the increased users in the forest. Is this part of that? Does money distributed to that?
So the particular, the Upper Arkansas Forest Fund is not, but the Forest Health Council in general is supporting communications and outreach, and Kim is really leading up that effort with the Forest Health Council to do that.
Yeah, I think that's an important part of that whole puzzle, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Would that be a one-time request, or do you have any way of estimating, say on a 5-year basis, what would be needed?
Well, when I look at this overall map, 30,000 acres, assuming around $1,000 an acre, we have about a 30 million price tag to get through it all. You know, we're going to be raising as much money as we can. I don't know that we can keep up at the pace that we've had of $9 million in the last year and a half, but we're going to keep trying to get there. So it's a tough question to answer because the need is there. We're going to chip away at the most valuable pieces that we can as we go. But if there's the ability to receive some type of recurring payment, that is beneficial to the overall effort.
We certainly appreciate your hitting North Cottonwood.
Well, it's definitely an important asset, and it shows on the map. So.
Are there other trustee questions?
Yeah, it's a good point, Mayor. If we were to do some kind of recurring thing in our budget, so we wouldn't have to do a budget adjustment every time you come, because this is obviously something that's very important for town and for the county. So.
Yeah, we do have a number of funders that do put in those multi-year commitments, and it is nice because we can predict out having that funding. So if that is a possibility, that is something that would be appreciated.
I'll just say, great presentation. Thank you so much for sharing all the information with us. Obviously, wildfires are all over the place and they're horrible and about in different areas, and it's very possible for it to happen here one day. And so having these presentations and hearing from everybody, it keeps it near and dear to us to be like, hey, what else can we do, and where are these trouble areas, and what else you need to help to prevent it happening. So thank you very much for everything you're doing.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Philip, do we have anything in our budget currently, 2022?
Not committed toward this. As mentioned, we've contributed for past projects. I think, did we transfer that money this year or last year? I think we tried to get it.
I believe it was probably this year in fall. I'm not sure what your fiscal year is.
I think that's, so not in the 2022 budget. Michelle's looking at me, so I will say that we did close the 2022 budget with a projected surplus to give the board the opportunity to consider these types of things when they came up during the year. That was $100,000 to work with. We have committed some funds out of that along the way already. I don't know, I apologize, you all, I didn't know specifically what you were going to be asking the board tonight. So Michelle and I have not had the opportunity to see what that looks like compared to what we project being available. I do believe it would fit if the board is interested, but I would like to look at that a little bit closer.
Yeah.
So we won't necessarily seek a motion tonight, but could we put this on another agenda?
Absolutely.
Great.
Can,
That would give us time to research the budget.
Mayor, if I could you discuss an amount so we could kind of figure out what would fit and what wouldn't fit? Or do you want us to come back with the recommendation? They're asking for 20 to 25.
Yeah, I would think if we were looking at 20,000, but then perhaps doing it as a multi-year commitment.
You think 20 per year?
Mhm.
Or at least just keeping that open in the budget. It's something that we could always roll over if it's not needed.
I do believe what we found out from the discussion with CML is there's new funding available to match contributions towards mitigation efforts. And so that's another thing I'd like to look into. There's an option to maybe combine with a $10,000 match. We can get.
Yeah, and we
For ours.
can't actually commit to future years budgeting anyway.
Correct.
But if it is already a line item in the books, and so every year we could appropriate money directly to Envision fire mitigation.
Yeah, so we do it on a year by year. So, Philip, would you be willing to talk to CML about whether we could get some of that matching?
For sure.
grant funding?
We can come back on June 14th with an update on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all of you working together. It's wonderful.
Yeah, thanks to all of you guys here. We're always happy to come back and give you guys an update.
Good, thanks. Great. Okay, now we have another public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. And this has to do with the water treatment plant expansion project. Part of the reason we have a public hearing here is as part of the state revolving loan fund process.
Sean, do you want to provide any introduction or?
I'll jump in. Introduction of. Stop me if I'm out of line.
Oh, he will.
What a great segue into the water treatment plant project coming from our watershed. So yeah, this is a public hearing conducted on to inform citizens of Buena Vista and soliciting public input regarding the town of Buena Vista water treatment plant expansion project. The public hearing has been advertised and supporting documents are here and have been here available for public view. So if anybody wants to look at it, tonight we have a pretty good library stacked up on the entryway when you come in. I don't think you're going to be able to read it all tonight, but it's there for you and for our public. So again, yeah, Josh McGibbon is here with JBA Consulting Engineers speaking on behalf of the staff. But before I hand it off to Josh, I just wanted to kind of maybe kind of recap. We do have quite a few things that we've been doing lately, and this is maybe new to some of the new trustees. But I just kind of wanted to maybe kind of talk about kind of how we got here. So again, the public hearing is specific to the water plant expansion project. And you know, that project is to capture the town's full current municipal water rights and design a state CDPHE approved water treatment plant. Our current plant, as you know, is limited in what we can produce. And you know, we've been at this for a little while now. We kind of started working on this maybe back in 2018, 2019. We could probably go all the way back to the Providence report Andrew Rice provided. It kind of created some design awareness, and Al Smith's work on behalf of the town as an engineer and his work with the water, you know, to kind of create an awareness of some of the impacts development was having, and again, to kind of maybe a dated facility that maybe
in the future, it needs to be providing more treatment, more robust future regulatory requirements for treating groundwater. Anyways, I think it was in 2020, we put an RFQ and an RFP, and JVA was awarded the project. And in 2021, we started a pilot study in which we looked at all surface groundwater, and we ran a whole gamut of sampling tests, and we ran the water through different types of treatment methods. And with that information, we landed on a preliminary design report that JVA produced for the town. And moving into 2022, here we are. We're getting close to 30% design. We are at a public meeting, like the mayor stated, for state revolving fund, and also for our public, to be aware of what we're doing within our community. There are some layers to this. A lot has happened. I mean, we're looking at redundancy, and we're looking at opportunities, and we're looking at the Arkansas, we're looking at surface water, we're looking at groundwater. We're really looking at the groundwater. That is the highest quality water that we have. It's resilient to fires, and can capture our unique water rights with that water source. So, having said that, Josh, I think it's time for you to.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mayor. As they both indicated, we are here for a public meeting, and my name is Josh McGibbon. I'm a principal at JVA. Richard Hood, our project manager, is on the Zoom, as well as I saw Andrew Rice there and Al Smith. So we are here. We'll go to the next slide. And the purpose of this meeting is wanted to first give you guys a project update, which Sean kind of took us of how we got here, and I'm going to kind of tell you where we're going from here. But this truly is a requirement of the state revolving fund. We are required to properly notice and give the public an opportunity to come out and present the information about the project itself, and really about what was the results of the environmental assessment that was done as part of this project. We want to provide and encourage the public to participate in the process. And then our obligation is to respond to the public any concerns or comments they have before the environmental assessment is complete. So the next slide, stepping back a little bit on the project update, I'm going to fill in a few of these bullets here, but we just completed a 30% design. We sent that in to review of town staff and Al Smith, and got some good comments back. We in fact looked through that today. We're really working on this opinion of probable cost. And that's such a hard word these days, is to come up with an opinion of probable cost. It changes every day. We know about supply chains. We know about the market that we're in, inflation, those kind of things. So we're trying to really land on that project cost to help the town determine where the funds are coming for to pay for this. But the accuracy of that opinion of probable cost is based on where we're at in the design. We're only 30% designed. We're going to develop that cost as we move forward through the design, and the accuracy will get better and better as we move along. Part of that process for controlling costs and delivering this project within a budget of the town is we've decided to deliver this project through construction manager at risk. That's a delivery method that we've found great success in through these tumultuous times of cost. And so we are currently about to advertise for a construction manager at risk. Those documents have been to the town attorney, they've been through town staff, and we've gotten comments back on that. That actually will be published next week. That process really allows us to bring in a contractor very early on. We're at 30%. We're going to get a contractor on board now to help us with the constructability, with the value engineering, and really do real-time cost estimating as we move forward. But how we got here, as Sean was indicating, is there was several alternatives we considered, and the project needs assessment, which is the first step of getting this SRF loan. We are at $11.3 million project. I think you remember probably me and Richard being here, and some of you fainted when we said 11.3 million. But really the scope has changed since then. Our current opinion probable cost for the project is 5.8 million. That change is really just due to change in scope. We went from membranes and surface water and back to really focusing on the infiltration gallery and treating that through cartridges. So that's why that project cost has changed so dramatically for the better for the town. The other thing we've done along the way is we take the project and we broke it up into two. And the reason we did that is because the raw water is such a big part of this, with the infiltration gallery expansion, pumping the water, redundant lines across the creek. That project is very geared towards raw water. Well, the Colorado Water Conservation Board funds raw water. And so they do not fund treatment. They do not fund the treatment process, distribution, storage, those kind of things. They fund raw water. And so the town applied for a grant and were awarded $1 million grant to help pay for that raw water side. So it's about a $2.1 million project. Half of that money is coming through grants through CWCB. And so that project is now separated from the state revolving fund. The next thing we're going to talk about is, and one of the requirements of this public meeting is, how did we choose this alternative? We went through a very robust alternative analysis through that preliminary design report. And we looked at both surface water sources, infiltration gallery, and how do we treat those two sources, and came up with different treatment options for the different types of sources. And so there was a alternatives analysis that landed on a selected alternative: treat infiltration gallery water using cartridges and replacing the chlorine gas with on-site sodium hypochlorite generation. And that became the project for the state revolving fund. Next slide, please. So again, there's two projects now. We have the infiltration gallery project funded by CWCB. We're going to install 2 new IG laterals. Between the old IG and the new IG, the goal is 2.5 million gallons per day. And so that's what the design is based on. We're going to install submersible pumps to pump the water across the creek, giving us a redundant creek crossing. The reason it's so important to separate these projects, and this is the last time I mentioned the infiltration gallery project because we're talking about SRF, is the state revolving fund now, because of the infrastructure bill that Congress passed, all SRF funds now require Build America, Buy America, the BABA, as we affectionately have called it. So these requirements are very robust. All equipment materials have to be made in America. It used to be you could ship a part over from wherever, put it together in the US and call it made in America. It's now every part, piece, nail, screw, motor has to be made in America. That's pretty hard to build a pump station or a water treatment plant. So the least, we can impact the project through the BABA. If we fund infiltration gallery through CWCB, no BABA requirements. We'll fund water treatment plant expansion through SRF. We'll have the BABA requirements there. So the project that we're talking about is really the expansion of the water treatment plant to 2.5 MGD. That involves, once the raw water enters the water treatment plant, is now that project. So we'll have a wet well that all the water comes into from the IG. We'll pump that out of the wet well through cartridge filtration. We're going to install 4 cartridge filters like the one you see here in this picture. And we're also going to convert the chlorine gas to an on-site hypogeneration and baffle the existing clear well.
What's our present capacity?
I think it's 1 point.
About half that.
Yeah, about 1.2 right in there. So doubling the capacity. And again, the 2.5 is based on Right Water's report, which is kind of maxing out that water right there. So the next slide showed you a little bit of how we're going to fit this all. One of the goals of the project was, can we utilize the existing infrastructure that we have there? You have an old surface water treatment plant. We wanted to utilize as much as we could there, but without painting ourselves into a corner here. So you can see the lighter colored things to the right that's your existing water treatment plant. We're looking at an expansion to the west, which is the dark, colored drawing. Where Phil's hand is there, that's going to be the wet well and the pumps. They'll pump through the 4 cartridges and then off to sodium hypochlorite generation, which is in the lower right of the existing building. What we're doing is we're leaving some of that existing water treatment plant there for future. If we need to expand, if we need to continue to grow, if we need to convert to a different technology, we still have that those basins. We still have that building there that will allow us to continue to expand without doing, additional construction or additional buildings in the future. So we're trying to maximize what's there, but also leave some of it with some flexibility for the future. So you can see this next slide is a beautiful architectural rendering. That we were not left with a lot of great architecture to build off of. The roof is weird, they don't match east to west. It's a kind of a strange architecture. You can see the appendage that we're talking about here. Below that, it goes deep because that's the wet well. That's where the raw water comes in. We're going to pump out of that. The back half of that expansion there is going to be the new filters. Trying to keep some roof lines consistent. Thank goodness it's not seen from any roads, so that's the best we're going to do with architecture. Form over function. So as far as our delivery schedule, we've completed the project needs assessment. We've just completed 30% design. We're having a public meeting. Next step is to submit the environmental assessment to the Colorado Department of Public Health. They'll do their review, and the goal out of this, which I'll get into in the next few slides, is we're looking for a finding of no significant impact. That's the result of an environmental assessment. When they say, yeah, everything looks good, they'll publish a FONSI, and that's the end result, which opens up the ability to apply for a loan. We're going through the CMAR bid phase right now. We're going to award that hopefully in June. We'll be back here in July asking for your approval on a recommended construction manager. We'll be submitting 60% design in August with a loan application August 15th. By that point, we'll really have that cost nailed down before we go to that loan application, so we really know how much we're asking for from CDPHE. We also are planning on asking Department of Local Affairs for a grant. We understand that you guys are currently through this cycle, or maybe it's the next cycle, is applying for dollars for a different project. We're going to wait until the next cycle. So the town only has one application per cycle, but we'll be looking for additional grant dollars from DOLA in the September cycle. And then the goal is to commence construction by the end of this year. So it's about a 18-month to 2-year process to complete the construction. So that is the schedule. How are we going to pay for this? That's really Philip's problem. So
opportunity.
That's opportunity. Thank you. There's no at this point, I talked about project one, the IG, it's a couple $2 million. And then we have our current opinion of probable cost at 30% for just the water treatment plant is 3.7 million. So that 5.7 is that number that we kind of talked about for the overall project. So we're applying for a loan through CDPHE. That's why we're here. Good terms, 0.5 to 1.5% interest rates over 20 years. We've been awarded a design and engineering grant of $300,000, which is great news. So that helps offset that engineering cost. And then there's really good chance, and I know I'm being recorded, so I'll be careful. Yeah. There's a good chance, and we're asking for $1 million in loan forgiveness. So if we go in and ask for 3.7 million in loan, there's a chance that $1 million of that gets converted to a grant, and that's going to be our request to help offset the cost of the project. Right now, I mentioned BABA. The state is really encouraging. We're learning. We have to hold really high contingencies. So we generally at this stage maybe have a 15 or 20%. We're really upping that to protect ourselves from supply chain and inflationary costs. So we're upping that contingency moving forward. Next slide. Now we're going to switch over and really get into the details of the environmental assessment. This is part of the requirement of the SRF loan is to develop an environmental assessment. And what was triggering that is the increase in capacity. So if we were just to change technology kind of within the same footprint of the existing treatment plant, no environmental assessment, we're doubling the treatment plant size, triggers this environmental assessment. That's what we did. We anticipate receiving that FONSI as a result. So the way we developed this environmental assessment on the next slide is to send out a project description to all of these agencies you see here. They have 30 days to respond. If they do not respond, which some of them don't, that they've kind of lost their opportunity. It kind of means no comment. But we send all those out and await responses. So on the next slide, we'll go through kind of the areas that we're looking for to assess in the environment. The effects to surface water and groundwater quality, wetlands, floodplains, I always call them bugs and bunnies, terrestrial and aquatic plants and wildlife, that's hard to say, so bugs and bunnies, cultural, historical, and archaeological resources, and air quality. So I'll walk through those, each one of those very quickly here, because they have very similar results. So the next slide. Anytime you do construction, there's a potential effect on surface water or groundwater quality. The way we address that is through best management practices. Contractors are required to put in stormwater protections, silt fences, silt logs. Those are just standard best management practices so that you don't get soil runoff into surface water sources while you're doing construction. So that's one of those, there's a potential impact. Here's our mitigation strategy. And that's how we assess the environmental impacts. This little picture here, the red line is what's called the area of potential effect, which shows the IG, the water treatment plant itself, and that's what we assess within the boundaries of that map. So the next slide, we'll talk about, well, I guess I skipped wetlands. We are in the process of delineating the wetlands, and the purpose there is that if we do identify wetlands within the area of potential effect, we just have to make sure that we are not dredging or filling those wetlands, and how we're going to mitigate any effect on the wetlands. But we are currently delineating those. Floodplains. The water treatment plant site is within a 500-year floodplain. Both CDPHE and Chaffee County do not require any special permits or anything outside of the 100-year. So we're between the 100 and 500 year, and there's really no impact there. The next one on the cultural, historical, and archaeological, I have a typo there. It's not THPO, it's SHPO. The State Historic Preservation Office, they did send a response, and a couple tribes did respond with one saying no properties would be impacted, and the other one just asked the question, will a survey be done? A pedestrian survey, will the site be walked looking for any potential effects? And a simple answer can be we're not planning one at this time. So we checked in with the town, and there wasn't a plan to do one, and so that was a simple response. History Colorado did respond with no properties of any historic significance were identified, so therefore no adverse impacts. So we got a response from them. The next one is the go ahead, hit it. We had disappearing ink used on this one. So the bugs and bunny piece is we did not get any response from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, meaning no comment. We got no response from air quality, meaning no comment. And the Army Corps of Engineers stated that we would need a nationwide permit, which is standard for any work that's done in the wetlands. We will be crossing the creek, and we'll need a Army Corps permit for that. And one of their recommendations was to do a wetland determination. So that's what we're doing in response to that. So next slide, last slide, is there are always environmental impacts to any construction project. They're generally short-term in nature. There'll be increased noise. There will be potentially dust, air particles blowing around from construction, and increased traffic, coming and going for deliveries, for construction traffic. But those are short-term, and we mitigate those through, standard best management practices. And therefore, this whole big report goes into CDPHE. They review it, and we anticipate that the result is that they will publish that finding of no significant impact, called a FONSI, and it will have to be published for 30 days. So the public has an opportunity to see that the state is finding no impact and still have an opportunity to comment. There is a copy of the environmental assessment available for public consumption. And then if public does decide to make any comments, we would just address their comments like we did with any of the agencies themselves. So that FONSI will free us up for August 15th loan application. And by then we'll have contractor 60% design, and we'll have a pretty good idea what our loan application dollars will be by the time we get there. So, any questions from the public? Oh, thank you. You've been waiting so patiently. We do, one of the requirements is that we do have a sign-in sheet. So even though you guys are all supposed to be here, we do need everybody just to sign in. That the minutes from tonight's meeting will go to CDPHE, and that fulfills our requirements for a public meeting. So if you wouldn't all mind just filling out the sign-in sheet. Yes.
One question, will there be any impact to, for service to people during this construction as far as any interference with the present water?
Yeah, the good part about the way the site is laid out is the current system will be able to operate. We've been instructed by the town, you're not allowed to touch the existing IG. It's so pristine, it works so well. Don't touch it, it works. So we're far enough away with the IG expansion that will not impact the existing IG. Redundant line across the creek. We're building the existing water treatment plant's not being used whatsoever. So, I mean, I'm not going to say there's not going to be a, we hit a line or there's a short-term outage, let's say from switching over from chlorine gas to new chlorine. It wouldn't affect the town because of water. We have water in storage. They would be very short outages, if at all. Maybe power gets switched over, but town wouldn't notice because they have water in storage at the time. So very minimal.
Thank you.
Did you evaluate the additional annual cost of using the cartridge system? And can you tell me how much that might add to our budget?
I would love to tell you. We did analyze it, and it's in the preliminary design report. What we found through the pilot is we never could run the pilot long enough to ever change out a filter. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the water, and that's why we've really put the focus on the infiltration gallery, is because it is such a clean source of water, is that we anticipate a very long filter run times with the cartridges. And we never got to dirty filters. So you can run those filters until your pressure builds up to like 30 pounds per square inch. And then your filter is dirty, you have to change it out. We never got there. So we're anticipating very long run times. We anticipated that, let's say worst case scenario, we have to replace those every 3 months, every 6 months, and ran some calculations, but they were just pure estimates of cost. And the present worth was still not to the level of the membrane option. And I'm skirting around your issue because I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but it is in the preliminary design report. And it was still, cartridges were still the low present worth option.
Great, thank you.
With the infiltration gallery project, I was under the impression, I was just curious about the laterals and the submersible pumps, if that's going to affect our water rights there, because it's an agricultural right, and I was under the impression that if you put a shovel in the ground, it'll mess up that right.
So, and Sean, you can jump in, but through Right Water and through the design, we are actually dropping the new laterals lower, about 20 feet deep, which will hopefully improve the water quality and improve the head pressure on those new laterals so that we can actually bring more water in. One of the requirements is we cannot put in a vertical well. So the way we're designing the pump station is we're bringing that water horizontally through laterals and then collecting the water through pumping back out. But as far as shovel in the ground, I don't think there was any, that's not a water right concern.
Yeah, no, and I think it's more of a booty, maybe soak groundwater under the influence of surface water. So because of the style of the water source, so shallow horizontal wells there. So in all likelihood, yeah, that when you stick a shovel in the ground, you're probably going to be classified as booty, and that's kind of what we're doing with the treatment process side of things. So we understand the vulnerabilities of the current system. We understand that we've been evaluated multiple times by CDPHE to identify if that water source has been is being affected by surface water, physical characteristics, temperatures, conductivity, turbidity, microorganisms and PA analysis and things like that. And it hasn't, but regulatory changes are changing constantly. And so there's been some pretty significant changes in the last 5 years, storage tank rules, chlorine residuals. So, I mean, it's just kind of one of the things is I think we kind of armor up on that. And, but in all likelihood, I mean, that's kind of what we're just jumping out in front of that right now with the treatment method.
This project does treat as if the water is surface water, even though we're pulling kind of a groundwater source, but it may be under the influence of surface water, so we're going to treat it as surface water.
And part of the year you will be getting some from the Cottonwood Creek.
That's the big scope change for this is that we have eliminated the direct surface water diversion off of Cottonwood Creek. And this would be relying on the existing IG and a new IG as your primary source of water.
Okay, so we wouldn't use that temporary diversion anymore.
Right.
That's correct.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember the Hemingway report. So we did that, we did the monitoring wells up there and we looked at the water table for a year. In fact, we're still looking at the water table. So I think we're anticipating seeing this water source possibly being maybe not even impacted by the Corral ag water. So I mean, we're still gonna, business as usual out there, but there's a strong possibility with the data that we collected that by putting the infiltration galleries in at 20 feet deep, maybe less vulnerable to drought conditions or hopefully other impacts.
Cool. And Joe did give me the number because all of our reports are sitting right there. So the infiltration gallery operation maintenance estimate was 79,000 annually, and the surface water operation maintenance was 110,000 annually.
Great, okay. Okay, awesome. All right, any other questions? Okay.
Filtration.
Oh, sorry.
In the earlier report, the filters filled up rapidly. Are we using a different filtration system?
We're using a different water source. So the reason we're focused on the IG, the infiltration gallery, is that's the water source that we could run the filters through the pilot and never saw them clog. If we use Cottonwood Creek, direct water off the creek, that's when they clog. So we are not using, they did not last long at all. So we're not going to use that water source. We're going to use the IG, which lasted a long time with those filters. So same filter technology, but different source of water. And we're using the higher quality source of water.
Very much.
Thank you. We'll see you back here in July.
We need to ask
for public comment.
Public comment. Is there anybody on Zoom? Peter's quiet. Peter, do you have anything you want to ask?
No, I'm still kind of just taking it all in and listening
Okay.
at this point.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, okay, and there's none here, so I'll close public comment and close the hearing.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So let's take a 5-minute break before we go into the next public hearing. Interesting.
Thanks for driving.
Yeah, thank you. Great job. It's a different one. Maverick, you want to drive?
I mean, I guess I should.
Maybe.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, Joey.
Have the packet open.
Okay.
I'm allowed.
Go back.
So we have lots of work to do. Let's get started again. This is going to be another public hearing in regard to amending sections of the Buena Vista Municipal Code. And we have lots of different code sections to look at. So it'll be one public hearing, but many different issues will be discussed and voted on, each individually. So I call this public meeting to order. Right?
Yes, great.
And I'd like for Joseph, I think, to drive.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, trustees. Thank you all in advance for your time and attention. I know your agenda may have looked a little daunting, and I have to admit it was a little daunting for me as well, putting this together. However, what I've attempted to do and what we will walk through is a high-level summary of each of these topics. And I have split them, as you saw in your packets starting on page 112. I split them into two buckets. The first being substantive changes that do change policy in our country, and that I feel warrant more significant discussion. The second bucket being clarifying changes, as I'm calling them, that really don't change our policy or approach to anything. It simply seeks to clarify how we approach what is currently policy. So those are the two buckets. As Mayor mentioned, we will attempt to walk through all of the topics with space for questions at the end. Then I think there will be an opportunity for public comment. And then we will offer the various actions. There are several of which that you will be posed with. All of those should be guided by our slide presentation tonight. I will probably tend to stay on the side of policy and high-level summary. If you would like to ask detailed questions, please feel free to interrupt or to do so when there's the question slides. So as I mentioned, there are a variety of different topics, 6 topics in total. Actions will include ponderance on 7 ordinances, 2 resolutions, and a motion for a fee schedule change. So when the time comes, get ready for your motioning and voting. The first 2 highlighted in green are the substantive policy changes that will each entail a few different slides as we walk through the background and context and the proposals. The last 4 there in black are actually contained on a single slide later that I will briefly introduce and welcome questions on, but I will not go into detail proactively. To start here, anytime we look at amending, especially the Unified Development Code, but for the purposes of the staff reports that you saw in your packet, as well as the staff reports that went to planning and zoning for their consideration, we considered the municipal code changes against the same criteria for the Unified Development Code changes. These 6 criteria are the lens through which you are asked to view and decide these code changes. So consistency with the comp plan, does it conflict with other provisions of the UDC or the town code? Does it address a demonstrated community need? Is it necessary to respond to changing policy or conditions? Is it consistent with the purpose and intent of zone districts? Would it not result in significantly adverse impacts to the natural environment? So all of these various proposals were sifted through these criteria by staff and detailed therein, but in your staff reports and or by Mark in the staff reports to the Planning and Zoning Commission for the clarifying questions. So by no means are you not allowed to ask questions about these criteria, but please know that I will not be presenting each and every criteria for each and every proposal herein. So we'll dive into the first, which is an intergovernmental agreement update, or a new one with the various government entities in the county. So this is Town of Buena Vista, Town of Poncha Springs, City of Salida, County itself, Salida School District, and Buena Vista School District. All of those governmental entities have negotiated over a painstaking 18 months-ish, a new intergovernmental agreement. And part of the basis for this was a new impact study that was commissioned and published in March of last year, 2021, really looking at this question of, given our new development patterns, what is the data about how much land and therefore and how much facilities does new development impact or require of our schools? So the table that I put on the slide here kind of sums up that study in the most basic sense, which is they broke new development down into 3 different unit types. We have single family detached, single family attached, and multifamily units, and analyzed the impact on enrollment to schools that are generally produced by new developments. So for instance, as you can imagine, a single family detached home is shown to have greater impact, i.e. enroll more students in the school district than a multifamily apartment unit is. Therefore, the proposed fee in lieu or the proposed land dedication in acres is higher for a single family detached unit than it is for multifamily apartment. So this study presented all that data and helped provide a basis for the intergovernmental agreement that was negotiated. That intergovernmental agreement really looks at how do we, as a county in all those different jurisdictions, agree on how we're mandating and assessing land dedications and or fee in lieus for new development. So before you tonight is not only the code changes that are required, which we'll get into in a moment, but also the approval of the IGA itself, which has by this time also been approved by all those other governmental entities. So your approval tonight would be the last approval needed to make that IGA effective. So to give context, the proposed code changes that we have before you tonight are primarily in the UDC, or Chapter 16 of the Municipal Code, but they also affect Chapter 17. And what they attempt to do is to create more of a reference relationship between the IGA and the code. Currently, our code dictates exact acreages and our fee in lieu in the code itself, so that if that needs to change, i.e. now, we have to amend the code. So what these code changes attempt to do is to simplify the language that's actually in our code and say, refer to the IGA as may be amended. And therefore, if the IGA changes based on new data, that's great. We don't need to come back and do the code change process. Likewise, you can see on the screen the summary of the proposed changes in fees. Currently, there's just a single flat fee that's charged on essentially all new building permits, or collected on all new building permits, charged on all new development. It's proposed to actually create more nuance in that. So increasing that fee for single family homes, creating a fee that's slightly above the current for single family attached or townhomes, row houses, and actually creating a lower tier fee for multifamily apartment units, or ADUs. So again, I mentioned I would be staying on the light side in the presentation. Please feel free to ask detailed questions. Philip, if you want to add anything.
Sure. Joseph, thank you. Great coverage of this. This has been a long time in the making. We actually met in the down in Salida, all the entities together to review the final report the day before everything shut down for COVID.
Oh.
So we've been at this for a while, but we are now finally all bringing this forward for approval. I do want to clarify, this is not an impact fee, so we don't use the term impact fee. This is actually a fee and or land dedication requested by the school district. So this is really town serving as a function, interacting with development to provide this back for our school districts. So if it is a fee in lieu versus land dedication, it's something that our team collects on behalf of the school district, but it does not get deposited by the town. We pass it back over to the school district. So just want to clarify, it's not an impact fee and it's not really a town decision in terms of what fee or what land, that kind of thing. That's why a study was conducted to provide that information to inform what it should be. So.
And a reminder on the structure, I have a series of slides at the end that will guide through the various actions and motions in order to actually adopt. So we're not quite there yet. So this is your chance to ask clarifying questions on this topic before we roll in.
Any other questions?
I have a quick question, might be kind of silly, but given that we're going from a single flat fee to 3 different tranches, to a certain extent, is there any projection of, I don't know, increased cost or burden for that collection, just because although it's not much more complicated, it's somewhat. So I didn't know if there's any consideration there for the collection and execution.
Good question.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Peter. The process right now for either collecting the fee at building permit or determining the fee at subdivision already encompasses a discussion with the developer on exactly what their intent is and what they're creating and what they're building. So the change from a single flat fee to a tiered fee probably does increase that final calculation time by staff marginally, but it is not as if we need to gather all new sorts of data in order to make the calculation. We will have already reviewed the data we need. It's simply pulling it into a different formula. So I don't anticipate it having a big impact on staff time.
Okay, thank you.
Question, Joseph. So this fee, I'm not going to use that word impact because we'll get in trouble. So what does the school use that fee for? Where does that money go?
It is for, it's really for, if a large subdivision came in and the school determined that a new school was needed to serve that subdivision, they could require a certain portion of that land to be dedicated from the developer for a school site.
I see.
Since we live in an area where most of our subdivisions are very small, the fee in lieu is typically what we see. In fact, it's always what we see. And the school uses that money to purchase land in the future for future school sites.
Okay. Yeah, that's what that was confusing for me. So I guess I wanted a question too. I mean, the lower amount for more high density, isn't that going to cause the higher density building to get that lower rate, right? Like for a multi-family or whatever. Here I go, I don't want to use that word, but doesn't that affect the school district with more population coming in from that particular type of development?
If it's per unit, it's per multifamily unit.
Right.
So typically those are smaller compared to a single family home. Typically,
you're not seeing as many children
Right.
in a multifamily unit compared to a single family home. Now, is that the case always? No, absolutely not. But the study does differentiate what those, how to equate that back to impact.
Yeah.
Or how many children typically they're adding to a school system.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Other trustee comments, questions? Okay, shall we move on?
Great. So the second substantive policy change that's before you is related to our Historic Preservation Commission. And this idea that you all discussed and wrestled with in a work session on March 8th, but have been really kind of pointing towards ever since 2016, when the Historic Preservation Commission was created and Chapter 19 of our municipal code was also created. Before I jump in real quick, I just want to call out John O'Brien, our chair of our Historic Preservation Commission, is here as well. So please feel free if you have questions about how the commission wants to conduct business. John is the expert, as well as the expert on all things historic preservation wise. So again, I'll walk through this. Yes.
Can we treat John as part of the staff?
Yes.
Okay.
So to provide a little bit of context, both for our new trustees, but just in general, just to make sure we have that background. As I mentioned, starting back in 2016, this board passed ordinances that created the Historic Preservation Commission, as well as created Chapter 19 of our municipal code, which deals with historic preservation. In 2019, the Historic Preservation Commission began work on the architectural design guidelines. And they actually took, for a variety of reasons, as I understand it, a do-it-yourself or a DIY approach to creating those architectural design guidelines, or ADG. And even just this year, their approach in creating those guidelines has garnered statewide recognition. So just a shout out to John and Dan Courtwright and the others that were involved in that process that did an incredible job in developing those. In January 2021, this body adopted those ADGs formally. Keep in mind that up through today and even onwards from today, those ADGs are guidelines or recommendations. They are not regulatory, they are not code. And at that same time, the Historic Preservation Commission started voluntary reviews of development applications. So when I say voluntary, I mean that when somebody came in with a project within essentially on East Main Street, they were given the option if you'd like to have a review. Sometimes we're more poignant in saying, I really think you should have a review, sometimes less so. So there was an opportunity for applicants to have a conversation with the Historic Preservation Commission. They did so. They presented you all that data on March 8th about the successes and challenges of these voluntary reviews. And John can speak to those if you would like to ask questions. And then now in 2022, we got clear direction from you on March 8th to move forward with a couple of different directions. The first of which was working to create a system in which the Historic Preservation Commission would have mandatory review authority over all projects happening in a certain area. So that's represented here on this screen. This body of work entailed three distinct efforts. The one on the left is the changes that affect our Unified Development Code, or Chapter 16 of the code. As you all know, any changes to that particular section require a public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission before they come to you. So that took place on April 20th, and we'll go over those changes in a moment. The middle column is edits to the architectural design guideline document itself. And that has had legal review. And then the right-hand column is changes to Chapter 19 of the municipal code, which does not require review from the Planning and Zoning Commission, but comes straight before you. So we'll start with Chapter 16 or Unified Development Code changes. These are extremely simple and essentially create a mechanism in our code where anything that meets these certain criteria that's happening in the mixed-use Main Street district has to abide by Chapter 19. So it's essentially pointing folks that are working in this zone district to Chapter 19 in two different places. The first is in that zone district's purpose. So part of the purpose now, if this gets adopted, of our mixed-use Main Street zone district is to make sure that changes or new construction are subject to Chapter 19 of our code. And then there's a new subsection of our UDC that again, basically says the same thing. Please know that if you're doing work in the zone district, you are subject to Chapter 19. The reason we did this was to avoid a situation in which we are always having to change our Unified Development Code in order to change the way in which we treat historic preservation goals. The thinking being that historic preservation has a very unique and important role in our town as identified in the comp plan, and also a very unique set of considerations as outlined in the architectural design guidelines. Those don't necessarily always need planning and zoning commission oversight as the Unified Development Code does. And so we wanted a mechanism to point folks to Chapter 19, and that's where we deal with historic preservation. That's always a section of code that if we want to amend it, it needs to come before you all for amendment. On to the Chapter 19 changes themselves. There are three primary ways in which we propose changing Chapter 19. The first is to essentially add this idea that the Historic Preservation Commission has the authority to conduct reviews. It's really just up there in that first section of Chapter 19 saying what are the powers of the Historic Preservation Commission. The second idea is to define what requires review. So essentially, there are four things that if you're doing them on mixed-use Main Street, they're going to require historic preservation review. The first is any exterior alterations, as you can imagine, pretty important when we're thinking about the historical character of our downtown. The second is changes of use. And this has a lot of pertinence when somebody might be buying a building and changing what's happening on the inside, and therefore they might want to change characteristics of that building. That's a mechanism that we have as town to sort of be a process through which we can kick in a review. The third is new construction. For obvious reasons, we want to have eyes on what's being built brand new. And then the third is, as we know, most of the buildings that have historic nature on East Main are connected and attached. So those party walls, the walls that attach those buildings, if somebody's altering those, we would like the ability to have the Historic Preservation Commission review those projects. And then finally, some of the changes reference the architectural design guidelines as the basis for or the criteria of these reviews. Again, trying to create reference relationships to where we're not having to change one of the criteria in the ADGs. In general, as you saw in your packets, this idea of how these reviews happen really follows our existing procedures. There's a pre-application. In this case, we are wanting the pre-application to involve the Historic Preservation Commission members, or at least one member of the commission. Then there's a staff review of the application. And then there's, if deemed appropriate by staff, there's a Historic Preservation Commission review. This whole process, as defined in these proposed changes, can happen simultaneously with or concurrent with other review processes. So that's to say that as it's currently thought about, an applicant does not need to seek historic preservation feedback before say go to the Planning and Zoning Commission if they need to, or before other parts of our review procedures. Part of the rationale for this is that these are still guidelines. Yes, Historic Preservation Commission must review your project. No, you do not have to do what they say yet. That's the second part of what you all asked for will be coming later this year. So because it's not required, we didn't want to hold up any other parts of the process for this. This part may change. That concurrent review may change as we look at a regulatory framework. We're not quite there. Finally, And before I jump into the ADGs, a quick note, thank you, Trustee Cobb, for calling out a typo in our ordinance. We missed the word not. It's on page 138 of your packet. Essentially, the way it was worded, it said changes in use do result in alteration to a structure. What we want to say is that which do not result in alteration to a structure. So we wanted to create a mechanism by which something's extremely minor. We want staff to be able to review that. We don't want to have to send that to the commission. So adding the word not will help clarify that that's the case. We have made sure that the ordinance, should you pass it, that will be recorded does have this directed. We'll talk about that when we get to the motion, but the motion will need to say adapting ordinance as amended. So on to the third part of this, which was the architectural design guidelines. Really, this was a comprehensive, what I call it, an edit of the document. It really sought to first and foremost do away with a separately defined applicability area. If you all read through the old architectural design guidelines, you would have seen a red outline around our East Main Street area, but it was still a separately defined area. We wanted to simplify things and say mixed use Main Street zone district. It's already a definition in our code. It's already well defined. It largely was the same area as before. And so let's simplify things and just have that be the reference. We cleaned up the language, did an edit for verbiage and grammar. We edited the number and formatting of the actual chapters and the sequence of the guidelines themselves to make them easier to reference. And then we also clarified that these the guidelines do not only pertain to designated structures, which implies that they've been locally landmarked or nationally landmarked or landmarked by the state, but that any structure that's 50 years old or older in the mixed use Main Street zone district, this applies to, or new construction. So we wanted to make those clarifications and make sure that as we changed our code, the architectural design guidelines document itself kept up and was consistent. A brief word, we will not be walking through the spreadsheet in detail, but just to demonstrate the work that the HPC has done to prepare for this next step. The commission recognizes that as it starts to have a mandatory role in development reviews, they need to become more consistent in the way they review those projects and provide feedback to those projects. And so John here has created this spreadsheet, which actually calls out or takes out the criteria of ADGs verbatim and allows commissioners to make comments on each criteria. So it's just an example of the thought that has gone into how they will conduct reviews once those become mandatory. And this will allow learning to happen with a view towards future regulation. If these do move towards a regulatory framework, how can this morph into something that becomes regulatory? So that's the purpose of providing this here. So with that, I know that's a lot of information. Please feel free to ask me questions. Obviously, John's here as well. And there it is.
This is important, you know.
So the only thing that's really mandatory is for them to have a review with the Historical Preservation Committee. Is that all we're going for? Is there stuff that you're working on in the future? Like if they do a review and is there a certain percent of stuff that we can make mandatory? So having a mandatory review isn't going to protect Main Street. Right.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I'll give my response and John, please feel free to jump in. But we viewed this as at least a two-step process from our March 8th work session with you all.
Okay.
The first was, let's create a mechanism by which is an easy mechanism for us to do from a code perspective, which is require every developer doing work on Main Street to have a conversation with HPC. Mr. Thurman that joined us for public comment earlier stressed the importance of those conversations and that collaboration. And that's a same sentiment that the HPC brings up in every meeting. They desire that collaboration to happen. So we wanted and recognized that the ability to require that conversation was a much faster thing to accomplish, given our codes and our processes, than requiring and creating a regulatory framework for what people can and cannot do. The higher bar that needs more time to do thoughtfully and appropriately. So what's before you tonight is simply a required conversation with HPC. There is nothing that currently would say, developer, you can't do this project because we don't like it.
But we're not stopping there. You're still working on something else.
Correct.
Okay.
Joseph, go ahead. Something. There is in the code some regulations for new construction on Main Street, how the facade needs to look and some of the, so there are some construction requirements for new construction.
Where is that in the code? Is that in chapter 19 or is it 16? 16. So we should look at that. We should familiarize ourselves with that, I would think.
And our goal would be to develop it, what I've been calling a framework for regulation, and bring that back before you either in a work session or as a discussion on the agenda in the coming month. Because we recognize that there's a lot of thought that needs to go into what I refer to in the negative as denial power. When are we really willing to say no to a development? We need to think about that very carefully as a community. And this board needs to contemplate that very carefully. And so we want to, as a Historic Preservation Commission and as staff, present to you a framework for how we would approach that, get your feedback on that, and then use that feedback to actually develop and implement the regulation. So we do recognize that that's coming and will take a little bit of time.
Is there a place in that process for developers to also comment or just be part of that conversation?
We have not formally created a public meeting for developers in that process yet, but it's great.
It just, I guess, it seems like however they end up the same way, but just that they've been heard. Especially if they will start to become familiar with the spreadsheet that I couldn't quite see. Or what's required or what's being discussed there. They'll have an idea of these opinions.
And that framework would be really important to Houston, yeah.
When we developed the architectural design guidelines over the last few years, we had numerous public meetings where we solicited the public to come in and make comments. So they helped frame the architectural design guidelines that exist now. We advertise on the radio and the papers. We run around personally and put flyers in every business on Main Street.
That sounds great.
So we attempted to do that.
Yeah, right. That's all you can do is make people aware. Great. Thank you.
And at some point, to preserve the historical district, a developer might choose to develop on the highway instead of the historical district. If you want to be a part of the historical district, you should want to preserve it. And if you're not interested in the historical, really doesn't matter where you're built, as long as you go outside of the historical district. That's not a point. That's got to be part of the point. That it is a step above a privilege to develop in the historical district.
That you have other options, is what you're trying to say.
If that is important to how you draw tourism and you want to tout a historical district, it should be important to you.
When we move to having these be standards, is that going to require a major rewrite to really get a lot of legal language in there?
That's why it's gonna take more time.
Yes.
Yeah, and
That's
a
substantial.
reasonably big expense
It's,
too.
it's not rewriting the code from scratch, but there's a lot of consideration there. and We want to make sure it's done right. So that's why we broke this into 2 steps after that work session.
Absolutely. Mary, we got a question for John. You feel like you've captured all the buildings that we need to protect in that district? Or are there ones on the outlying areas that we need to pay attention to?
There are a lot of historical buildings in our town. We've surveyed, I don't know, we're over 80 now. And we've just done principally the east side of the highway. We just got a grant to start doing on the west side, but I expect at the end of the day, we'll have close to 200 historic properties in our town, the majority of which will not be in the East Main MUMS district. Because they're just individual houses,
Right.
but there's a lot of them.
And that's probably a tough way to, that's a tough one to catch all the ones outside of that district, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, here's the thing I think you should think about. The state and the feds provide a lot of money to preserve these buildings. Through tax credits, like the guy with the Orpheum, he was talking earlier at the beginning. You know, he was concerned about this, the other thing. If he got that building locally landmarked, which he easily could do, and on the National Register, he could get a 55% tax credit on the investment in that building. So if he spent $2 million, he'd get half of it back in tax credits.
Yeah.
So it doesn't cost more to preserve a building. A lot of times it costs less. And the philosophy we have when working with all developers, like the guy from Orpheum, if he came in and saw us, is we want a win-win solution for the project. And we want to preserve the history that's here. Because it means so much to our town. You look at any publication that has our town in it, what does it usually have the first photograph? Okay.
Other questions? Ready to move on? Okay, let's go.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John.
All right, so there are, these are the other 4 clarifying code changes that are before you. Again, I presented them in a single slide because we are confident that they do not represent a change in policy direction. They are seeking to clarify current policy. So I will give a very brief summary of each of them. Please feel free to ask questions. First brings up our recent trend, single room occupancy. This was a discussion that came before you in February, where you all created a new use in our code for SROs, as we call them. What was neglected to be included in that ordinance in February was the table that would actually create a modification to our code zoning tables that would say where this use is allowed. So you all created the use, but the ordinance that was recorded did not include the table that said where it's allowed. So this clarifying change before you seeks to simply add this row in that table in our code. It was in the ordinance that was considered by planning and zoning, but it was omitted from the ordinance that was in your packets. That's why we felt it was best to bring it back before you for adoption in this ordinance. What it does is in the R2, R3, MU1, MU2, MUMS, and highway commercial zone districts, that use is a use by right, which means they still need to meet building code standards and all those things, but they can go to a building permit process. In the R1 and R1.5 district, it is proposed as a special use permit, which requires review by the Planning and Zoning Commission and approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that's that clarifying code change. The second clarifying code change is refining the definitions of appliances in accessory dwelling units. I know this is incredibly galvanizing material here. Essentially seeking to make sure that we have a standard definition of what qualifies as an accessory dwelling unit. There are folks that are seeking to stretch the bounds of what is livable in our community and calling it an ADU. And we want to make sure that folks that are proposing an ADU are actually going to build or make something that is a true living unit and therefore has the appropriate appliances. So that's the purpose of that change. The third change is regarding our special use permits process. As it currently stands, we have a special use permit process and a site plan review process. Many times applicants are seeking a development that requires a special use permit. And the way our code is currently worded, they also need to fill out the application, pay the fee for it, and meet the criteria of the site plan review. What we're proposing is that folks who need a special use permit essentially need to provide everything that's required under a site plan review, but they don't need to pay that separate fee and conduct a separate review process distinctly. So what this does is it just helps us streamline the way we're processing applications. We're not laxing or creating more loose regulation. We're simply creating a single process for us to review and the applicant to create or to go through versus two different processes. The final clarification is to our minor subdivisions review process. Those minor subdivisions that require a public improvements agreement, it's simply clarifying that you all as a board, as normal, are required to approve the public improvements agreement itself. But the town administrator has approval to approve or authority to approve the minor subdivision. So right now that distinction is ambiguous in our code. And so, yeah. So this clarification simply very distinctly says board approves PIA, town administrator approves the subdivision. It still leaves intact the ability for the administrator to refer the subdivision up to the board should he or she feel that's appropriate.
I'd like to add something to that. This is a point for you to all be aware of, is if you see something that's in the consent agenda and you don't like it being there, if you want to bring it out for comment, you can just make a motion to pull it out of the consent agenda and make it an agenda item. Because sometimes, you know, you might have questions about something that's in there.
And that is the sort of, if it's a quote unquote normal PIA, public improvement agreement for a subdivision, staff would normally put that in your consent agenda, as was the case tonight with PMThe Board, right? So it does not require a public hearing in our code. It simply requires your approval, which we normally see in the consent agenda. So yeah, thank you for. Are there any questions on any of those four clarifying code changes?
I had a question about the appliance code. It's more for clarification for understanding my part. I saw that that applies to both short-term and long-term ADUs. And I was just curious, do we have for all ADU or short-term and long-term rentals tied together for all code, or is it specifically for this one? And if so, why?
You broke up a little bit, so I'll paraphrase my understanding of your question. This regulation applies to both short-term and long-term uses of ADUs. currently our code, anyone in any residential zone district can build an ADU following the building permit process. It's used by right. They can, once it's built, seek a short-term rental license for that ADU. If they obtain the license, then they may short-term rent that ADU. So in that way, someone who has an ADU should already, should this code change go forward, have the standard appliances because they would have had to have those to be classified as an ADU. Therefore, their short-term rental license would also, so in other words, if we're doing a short-term rental license inspection or an application comes through, this creates a new checkbox for us to make sure that, yes, they have those things for an existing ADU. A new ADU would need to demonstrate compliance with this in the building permit process. Does that answer your question, Trustee Hylton-Hinga?
Yeah, I believe so. Because it sounds like if you're building a new ADU, you have a certain standard, and then if you want it to be a short term, that's kind of secondary, and so it's already going to be in there because you. So yeah, I think that makes sense. Sorry, I just didn't know if we had different rules for short term versus long term in our code. But it sounds like if you're building an ADU, it has to be set to long term rental standards. So yeah, I think that makes sense.
But there would still have to be a license available. I mean, there might not be a license that you could get if you didn't live in the county.
It would depend on the ownership status of the property.
Yeah. Great. Are there any further questions for the staff before we open it up to public comment? Okay, ready to move on. I'd like to open this hearing for public comment. Is there anyone on Zoom, Philip?
I don't have my control.
There's no one online. No, no comments, no hand raised.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
I'll close public comment. And we close the public hearing before we do the.
I close public comment.
I close public comment. What about the public?
I think public hearing stays open during deliberation. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can close the public hearing on in deliberate vote.
Yeah.
And then if you have applicant, there's no applicant to ask questions, then you can open up the public hearing. So you can close the hearing.
You can close.
Okay, I'll close the hearing. Okay, we are ready to decide on each individual item. So
Mayor,
starting.
I do have them just summarized here for you all to be able to see and reference just in case. It's on
Okay.
point. We'll take them in sequence.
Great.
Thanks, Jules.
Good job.
You gotta be able to see it though.
You probably can't remember the actual.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 14.
I'll make that motion to adopt ordinance number 14. Do you want me to read the whole thing or are we good with that? Okay.
It's 14.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we got Lucrezi, Jenkins.
For times.
And can we just, all in favor, say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
And Mayor, just as a reminder, you can call for further discussion if in that sequence, but
Okay, thank you.
you've asked
Okay.
for additional comments, so I would assume that the trustees would speak into that, so.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to pass resolution number 43.
I make a motion to pass resolution 43.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Cobb Rowe. Is there further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve a change in the town's fee schedule to have the three-tiered rates for the school fees.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Swisher, Lucrezi. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Okay, all right, I would entertain a motion to pass ordinance number 15.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Row Lucrezi. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I would entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 16.
I so move.
Is there a second? Jenkins? Any discussion?
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to, one thing I just want to thank the HPC for their work on all this and all the work they've done. And also the Planning and Zoning Commission for going through all this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Is this the one with the making sure the word not, isn't it? So it would be,
Yeah.
would it be amended or
Adopting it as amended.
as amended? Okay. Oh, yes, sorry. Little, yeah, couldn't read it. So I'm like, does it say amended? Okay, cool. Thank you.
And real quick, Mayor, you had spotted that same statement of not
Right.
two locations. And we.
Yeah, there were two locations.
One was in staff report where it copied, what I tried to do in the staff report was show in colored text what was actually changing in the code. And that I copied from the ordinance. So that typo was in my staff report as well as in the ordinance.
So it was.
It has
just
been
two
corrected in
places.
the ordinance, which is what you're actually adopting.
Okay.
I want to thank the other trustees for finding it as well. It's good to know someone's as picky as I am. I don't think that's necessarily true. We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, I would entertain a motion
Oh, there, you've got a second.
amendment.
Yeah, you're at further discussion, so all in favor.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion passes. I would entertain a motion to approve resolution number 44.
I'll make that motion.
Second. Row Cobb. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Only four more.
I would entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 17.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 17.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Lucrezi, Rowe. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. I'd entertain a motion to pass ordinance number 18.
I make a motion to adopt ordinance number 18.
Second.
Cobb, Swisher. Any discussion? The motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Sorry, Peter. The motion passes.
Get Peter jumping on this one.
He thinks he's
That's
thinking.
the motion there.
Entertain a motion to pass ordinance number 19.
I'll make that motion to pass ordinance number 19.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Oh, Swisher. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Here, I did it again.
Oh, I think he's muted. Please first.
Okay.
I'll just say aye and then I go.
Thank you, Peter. The motion passes. I'd entertain a motion to pass ordinance number 20.
So move.
Second. Jenkins, Cobb. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
All right.
All right.
Great job.
Heavy lifting.
Great job.
Yeah.
That's not right.
So good. Okay. Okay, we will move on to the next business item, which has to do with a review of our fee waiver policy. And is Shane still with us?
Oh, I hope so.
The guy-
Yes, I'm here.
There you go, Jay.
Lucky guy. Good evening.
Just scoot it in.
All right.
Okay.
Dan, you want to give a quick, very quick, concise update here and maybe what the recommendation is from staff?
Yes, so yeah, you get, as you all can see, there was the memo and fee waiver policy in the background included in the packet. Since at our last rec board meeting, one of our rec board members and actually one of our staff members, Ashley Davis, mentioned she is a part of this group. And the biggest struggle from the group side, why they don't meet the current fee waiver policy, is that they are not a nonprofit registered with the state. They don't really fit under our current policy as a nonprofit. So our updated staff recommendation, Philip, if you would scroll down to the fee waiver policy, please.
I'm getting close there, Shane. Let's see.
I think I think right there, yeah, right there will work. So we currently have this section of eligible entities that are eligible for fee waivers. So Chaffee County based nonprofits. This group doesn't qualify for that because they are not officially a registered nonprofit. So the updated staff recommendation is to basically include this group as one of the or entities that is eligible for all fees to be waived, similar to BV Strong Dinner, Vita Tax assistance, and things like that. So it would be adding the free Thursday free lunch in Forest Square Park as one of the entities that are excluded from fees.
So the basis of that recommendation is they've been doing it for a long period of time, as they explained in their presentation to you last time. This has come up repeatedly over the years, the request. They do not seem to be interested in registering as an official nonprofit with the state. So, kind of going back to how this originated, looking at events and things that have been happening in the community, it is an option to consider adding them to this list. Now that we've kind of heard from other people that are part of this group. I would not recommend that the board change the policy to open it up to anyone who considers themselves as a nonprofit, because then there is no boundary really around that part of it. But the board could obviously consider just sticking to the policy as it's drafted, as it's written, and informing the group that they can register with the state. There's nothing stopping them from that process. It's just something that they don't seem interested in doing. So.
Is there a reason why? Did we get any clarification on why they didn't continue to cooperate with the church that made them
I believe they operate as a church
themselves?
Is that right, Shane?
That is correct. And that is the entity that is not registered as a nonprofit.
If they did register as a nonprofit, they wouldn't have to pay sales tax on all the food purchases that they make. Only would cost them about $10, I think. Register with the state and you do your own articles of organization. But it sounds like they don't want to do that.
Right, and we're not a consulting company for how entities register and do that kind of thing. So we could, if the board did not want to consider amending the policy, we could direct them to the Chafee Foundation to get some support through that organization. But yeah, I would not recommend our staff get involved with getting someone set up as a nonprofit state. So.
And can I hear again what the added information was from somebody else involved with the group, Shane? Please.
Yeah, it was Ashley Davis, who's one of our rec advisor board members and also one of our staff members. And it was basically just that update that they are not a nonprofit registered with the state, and it is that entity that they operate this free lunch with that is not interested in getting registered. So that was kind of the thinking they should go, but if they're not going to get registered as a nonprofit, how else would they fit into this policy? And it would be into the second section here. If the trustees deemed that this is an organization and an activity that adds a lot of community value, like they demonstrated at the last trustee meeting.
Is it like a lot of work to register to be a
The nonprofit application is very, very detailed and very long.
You do need to be organized to a degree to complete that.
Yeah, I feel like if you're organized to a degree to complete a nonprofit, that would be the qualification to get this fee waiver. I think if we're just keep on tacking on organizations that don't fit in this guideline, then we're setting ourselves up to do this all over again. I think if they really want to have this fee waiver, then I think you should register as a nonprofit, and then they're registered, and then they're fine. So I think that's why we created this, because we spent a lot of meetings just doing fee waivers for years.
I guess I feel similarly, just that it seems like we've been down this road before. Not while I was here, but just from all I read, that we gave them 1 year and then they partnered with somebody. It seems like they have options for getting a waiver, and it's not up to us to grant one if they don't want to pursue them.
Other comments?
Something they've been doing for years. At one point, we did waive the fee. There's not a lot of other people out there that have done stuff for several years. I'm not opposed to adding one name to the list. I don't think they want associated with a certain church. They just want, they're not doing this because of a church why would you expect him to join and affiliate with one church when they're representing all Christianity? It is a waiver that we have given them before. I don't have a problem with adding them to a list and not having them to go through this every year. My personal opinion.
Our staff is spending a lot of time on it too, every time it comes up.
I have a question for Shane. Is there anybody, has this group ever pronounced it secular or non-secular in their conversations with you?
I mean, it's kind of gone back and forth a little bit. You know, a few years ago, they were listed, you know, they in their fee waiver application, they called themselves the Christian, there it is, Phil. The Christian ministry or so I mean they have
It's 196.
I'm just looking at definitions, in that last sentence. I'm just curious about, where they fall into that. Event must be secular or apolitical in nature. Or an event, I guess it is. That was one of the questions I was going to ask them if they were here tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it seems pretty clear that it's not secular.
Yeah, and I think, like what I said, but also, this is taking staff time and to give, we have this fee waiver policy in place, so it doesn't take up staff time. So if it needs amending, then we amend it, but I think making one exception for a group that we've given 2 years to follow our policy, I think that's not setting a great precedent for future issues. I think if we just keep to this policy, unless there's an issue, if this will light a fire under them to become a nonprofit or to associate with another group, then that would be the goal.
May I offer just the distinction in the policy is that they're registered with the Colorado Secretary of State as a nonprofit. That process, as the mayor alluded to, is 5 minutes. The first time you file, it's $50. Thereafter, it's $10 a year to maintain that. You do not need a lawyer, do not need anything to do that process. It can literally be done in 5 minutes. The more in-depth process is becoming a tax exempt organization under federal IRS recognition. That is an in-depth process requiring attorneys, requiring 12 to 18 months of paperwork. So I just want to make that distinction that our policy allows for state designation, which is extremely simple, and does not require federal designation, which is very in-depth.
Right. Thanks.
Thanks for the clarification.
Dina, you have anything you want to say?
This one's a tricky one for me, actually, but I'm a big believer in policy. The guidelines are set forth. I appreciate what they're doing, but if it is truly a 5-minute process, I mean, and reading through the information, gave it to them before, I was like, hey, let's go, please do this next year. And so I, with it being if it's that easy, that quick, I don't understand. I wish somebody would be here tonight from the organization to explain maybe why they don't want to do that 5-minute process. But I would be more on the side of like, hey, we're happy to do this for you. Just you could follow our guidelines, because it puts us in a little bit of a predicament of where we draw the line for other things, and I don't want that to be harder for us or for staff or. But I love what they do, and I appreciate that too. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Just that I wish
I'm sorry, go ahead, Cindy.
So if they filled out that paperwork according to our guidelines, if they were a nonprofit, they would only get 50% of the fee waived. And they have asked for a complete fee waiver. And
So,
so even if they did fill out that one thing, they wouldn't get a complete fee waiver. They would only get 50%, correct?
that fee, the current fee waiver policy is a little further down in the packet. I believe this was the fee waiver policy at the time. This is our, I believe it has been updated since then.
What page would you go to?
Oh, I think, yeah, right there.
206.
I was wondering why that was looking
Yeah.
different. Okay.
Yeah.
I was saying that's
206.
206.
Yep.
That's the new one. Right.
So this is the updated one. And Philip, if you scroll down just a little bit more, so if you see right there in the top bullet, if it's an event that is open to the public and entirely free, which this is, it is eligible for waiving park and facility rental fees, which is what they're asking to be waived. So this, it would be 100% fee waiver if they were a Chaffee County based nonprofit.
It just seems like they should be able to just get that paperwork done and quit screwing around with this. I mean, it's bothering to keep asking and asking. Okay, are we ready to vote on this? I think we should do a roll call vote.
Motion.
Yes, I think a motion would be appropriate.
I make a motion that we deny the request.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so that's Cobb Road. And
Sorry, with Cobb first.
and Row.
Thank you.
And I'd like to do a roll call vote.
Okay, trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Swisher,
No.
trustee Rowe,
Yes.
trustee Hylton-Hinga,
Yes.
trustee Lucrezi,
yes.
trustee Cobb.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes.
Can I ask something else or make another comment now? Is that okay procedurally? Okay. Just, it's, I mean, I would do this if it was appropriate, but is it possible, and without putting staff in a consulting role, to just simply explain how easy it is? And then I guess if it's just that they really don't want to versus that they think it's a really hard process, they can then have that info. I mean, not that we lead them to the Secretary of State office, but it's really 5 minutes, 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to try to ensure that they know it's a pretty simple process. Again, I think the trustees can decide whether they want to do that.
Okay.
I don't necessarily see any harm in that. And I do think Chafee Foundation would be a good source because that's one of their missions. Missions is helping nonprofits
Okay,
in the
sure.
county.
So is it appropriate for me to reach out to them to say that?
I think Shane's already out of here. Good choice on his part. I think we're going to have to communicate with them with this decision. So I think we give them that.
Okay, okay.
It may,
Yeah, Philip, sorry to interrupt. Ben has his hand raised. I don't know if you want to call on him. He might.
okay. Yeah, I can't see any of that. So yeah, that's good.
Yeah, Ben, would you like to add something?
Hey, good evening, Madam Mayor and trustees. Yeah, I spoke with Mr. Redmond last year at length in regards to the simplicity of the application process. He informed me that his group has no desire to do any paperwork for this. So we've been down this road before. We've explained it. Staff's kind of at an end route with this. It'd be great to adjust the fee waiver policy because we thought we had solved this 2 years ago, but apparently he's back. So we don't really know what to do.
Okay, thank you, Ben.
So I think informing them of this decision and then directing them to the Chafee Foundation for additional support.
Yeah.
Would be highly recommended.
So Lillian, would you read back that motion that we passed, please?
Sure. So the motion was made to deny the group asking for the fees to be waived. The Christian Mission Group, to deny them the fee waiver.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Okay, so the next item has to do with the town administrator's transitionary employment agreement. And Philip, are you going to talk about this?
Sure. Sure. Why are people still in the room? Huh? Yeah, so as the memo outlines, just to give a little context, this is a topic that I did approach the board about last meeting in exec session, and direction was given to the town attorney and to work up I guess an amendment or a new agreement on with the town administrator, myself. So that's part of what's before you tonight, is to consider approval of that. As the memo states, that essentially outlines or starts us down a path of me officially stepping down as the town administrator. Sorry, it's kind of hard to say out loud. But doing so with the intent of transitioning over to the finance director or town treasurer position. And kind of outlining the timing of that. So as the board and public now is aware, Michelle Stoke has resigned. She's moving on to another location, another job closer to family, and we're very excited about that. She will be with the town through the end of June. And so this amended contract would have me officially appointed by the board as the town treasurer effective July 1st. And then it defines a transition period where I would be covering, I would continue from this point forward until July 1st as the town administrator. And then I would cover both roles for a hopefully short period of time, probably the month of July. And while the town is hopefully during that time getting closer to concluding a hiring process for the next town administrator. So I think what this does, one is it makes this official so that the town can start publicizing for the hiring process. It also lets me move out of that role, knowing that I have the desired place to land, the finance department. So that's what's before you all, and you have that on your desk reference. So we can pause there if there's any questions about that. Is on, he did draft this agreement for the board's consideration. And yeah, I'll take any questions. Oh, sorry, one other thing that's in there is it's just an option for the town or myself, starting August 1st. If either party feels like, hey, I'm no longer comfortable covering both roles, we can say, all right, at that point, let's do something different. We could bring in another interim administrator or do something different, but it's in there as an option for either the town or myself to make that decision at that time, because we might be close to someone starting and there's no reason to make that change. But that's what that August 1st reference is in the contract. I'll pause there if there are any questions.
I would certainly hope we didn't need to bring in an interim. That just feels like it would be chaotic.
I would prefer not to. That's why I'm willing to let's get into the hiring process. And
I think we have, it's an amazing place to be. It's an amazing place to work. And we collectively have set this up to be a very attractive job. We've got a lot of stability here, a lot of exciting projects. So I'm optimistic that people will be interested in this job.
Mhm. Good. So what we'd like to do is to actually publish the opening, right? And we'd like to do that as soon as possible. So, because we need to wait a time period after that to have a deadline for applications to come in. So if we could publish this by May 27th, then June 24th could be our deadline for accepting applications.
Would that be after we approve this agreement? Can I make a motion to approve this employment agreement?
Second.
Okay, so that was Rowe and Lucretti. Has everyone had a chance to read the employment agreement? It's not very long. It came by email pretty late. Okay, so does anybody have any discussion about the employment agreement? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so the employment agreement is approved. Oh, okay. Okay, so we need to publish a notice saying that there is a position available. And then do people request the job description?
So with an advertisement, we would advertise the application, the town application, the job description, and then anything specific to the process that the board might outline. So in my memo, you will see I put in a few points of that you all can kind of customize this process. But timing would be one of those key things. So we would have a deadline for applications. And we would also kind of need to define, and the board can talk about this tonight, or one of the things that we can establish or the board can establish is the search committee. And the search committee could decide what types of things they want to take applicants through in terms of an interview process. So some pretty common things are obviously an in-person interview, but then also some exercises, written exercises, presentations, things like that. So I think the search committee would be well suited to define some of those specifics. But I think the board, if there's some thoughts on the how long you want the job advertised for, that would be a good piece of information. Search committee itself, if you like that idea, I've put some thoughts and staff members that would participate, but I think a couple of board members participating in that would be a great idea.
I do too. Is it clear where we advertise this? I would assume it's more than just our local newspaper.
Yes, it is.
Nationwide search.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is we can reach as far as hiring a consultant that handles searching, like a more nationwide search.
That's kind of kidding, but.
Yeah, well, I mean, but it is real. It does happen. I get those things in the mail about once a week. Come work in this place you don't want to move to. But I personally don't think we need to go that far to find good candidates. So Yes, I would recommend that we utilize CML. Blinking on me, there's a manager's CCMA. Anyway, there's a professional managers of Colorado. So there's some resources like that that we could reach out statewide, perhaps. Yeah.
Well, I think we should try to form a search committee. And you've listed some staff members who you think would be good on the search committee. Yourself and Jana, who is basically our HR person here. The chief of police, Dean Morgan, IT director, Michael Hammond, and town clerk, Paula Barnett. I would like to be a part of the search committee as well. And just in thinking about this, I think that Sue Cobb would be a good addition to the search committee too. Does that seem appropriate to you all, or do you want to be on the search committee, or?
I've done it before, I'm good.
Yeah, I heard this guy, so.
Well, no, I mean, I'm good not doing it.
Is everybody okay with that, or any objections?
No, I think it's a great choice.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep, I support that.
Okay.
Will the search committee figure out these other things? Or
Let's get some direction from the board in terms of timing. Because if we do publicize the opening, I mean, we'll at least get it out by the end of this week. So but let's just say May 27th. 4 weeks would put it to June 24th. And then coordinating interviews before finalists are announced. That would allow us to bring to the board or announce finalists at a public meeting at the first meeting of July. And then giving the possibility of the board making a decision that second meeting in July. Does that general timeline make sense?
do you feel like it should be sooner? Do you feel like you'll be able to cover
We'll have the
jobs for that long?
right. That's a build.
I think we can speed it up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind speeding up, but I just give it as a point of reference, 4 weeks would put it out to June 24th.
By the way, Jeff has popped up.
What's the legal rules on that?
Here's Jeff.
Well, I'm sorry, I've been kind of popping in and out. I didn't want you looking at my face the entire time, just to save you the pain of that. You know, I think it's really up to you. The bigger the net you cast, the more time you're going to need to, get people in, interview, all that. So it's really kind of up to you. I know most searches do take a couple of months, but ultimately the statute provides that the search committee is supposed to be the group that basically establishes all these deadlines, descriptions, et cetera. But assuming that you're going to be on the search committee, at least a couple of board members will. I think you could do that now and then get things moving. So yeah, I give it a couple of months just to get through the whole process, contracting, all that's going to take some time.
So with what Jeff said, would that still play out about the same way by the time, if we follow this schedule and then we'd announce it at the 2nd July?
I think the July 4th holiday might complicate things a little bit. The search committee might decide to go with an earlier deadline, perhaps. And try to get interviews lined up a little earlier or around the July 4th holiday. And but yeah, I think just referring to the full process, which is just because the board says we want to go with this candidate, there's still negotiation with the contract. So that would put it into August. So I think that does align with what I'm kind of anticipating this.
And this is required to be a process like this, right, Jeff? And we have to advertise for it and take applications.
Yeah, you basically need to establish the goals, set the parameters, set a schedule, and you need to do some sort of reasonable advertisement for it. That's correct.
And then we have to come up with finalists. Could be one finalist, or it could be a larger number.
That's right. The law actually recently changed, but the whole finalist definition has been a little bit funky. So if it's just whoever you decide are your final candidates, and that can just be one person. You need to actually publish the name of the individual prior to making an offer and finalizing an agreement with that person.
Okay, good.
So if the board, maybe if the board's comfortable, now that you've defined a search committee, that committee could further refine specific dates. And maybe at the next trustee meeting, well, probably through an email, since it's going to be a little while before the next meeting, but we could update the board on some of those details.
Oh, we got to get the ad out.
Yes.
So is that something you can just do without the rest of the?
We don't need the committee for
reviewing it?
that, I don't think. We can start the ad basically saying it's open till filled kind of thing, and then we could get the committee together. Set a deadline. I can come up with a deadline. Yeah, we could get that out pretty quick because we do have an updated job description, so it's
Right.
we're pretty ready. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in favor of just moving as quickly as we can and setting dates.
Okay.
Quickly.
Cool, this group can get together and do the thing and we can continue on the staff reports then.
Yeah.
Jeff, is there anything else for?
No, yeah, no, you got it covered.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
Great.
All right, so as Gina said, let's move on to staff reports. Town treasurer.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. There is no administrator report.
That was my administrator report.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. My treasurer report for this meeting is on page 212 of the packet. It's very basic. Sales tax division between local and remote. And checks over 3,000. I was going to do my quarterly status report and I couldn't get my balance sheet to balance at times. So
it did ultimately balance.
It balances now.
We checked that today.
I will be presenting a first quarter status report next meeting.
Good. Anybody have questions for Michelle? Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the planning director, Joseph.
Yeah, so my report is on page 215. But in lieu of going through that, I didn't feel there was anything necessarily too burdensome to call out. You're more than welcome to ask questions from that report. Philip and I were going to provide a brief update on the police station project. So we, as you all know, we've been moving forward through the design process. Our CMGC, our construction manager, general contractor, has been together with us in that process for a few months now, providing us input on the design, trying to find value and ways to save costs, advising on long lead time components of the construction, all those sorts of things. So we do now, as of yesterday afternoon have a final pricing on our project from that CMGC. We're not asking obviously for any decisions tonight from you all. So we want to just provide the very basic high level numbers to kind of prepare you a little bit for next meeting when we do hope to bring a couple of decisions before you. So the whole budget pricing is made up of a couple components. Obviously, you all purchased the property at the end of January. So we have one bucket, which is the whole project cost, includes the cost of the property itself. You all authorized about $240,000 for design services, engineering services, survey work, that sort of thing. So all those costs have already been approved, allocated, spent to a large degree. The largest outstanding cost is going to be the contract with our contractor to actually do the work. That pricing came in yesterday at about $4 million flat, just a tiny bit over that, which translates to about $375 per square foot. As you can imagine, pricing in this environment has been a moving target, to say the least, and these numbers are definitely higher than we were hoping for this time last year. And when I joined the team and started working on this project, we were all hoping for something closer to $250 a square foot, given that it was a renovation. That's just not the reality where we are. So we're looking at about a $4 million contract with the contractor that does include about 8% contingency. So these are all numbers that you don't need to commit to memory at the moment, but you'll see again before any decisions are made. Philip and Dean and I are going to present to DOLA on Thursday. We have requested $600,000 from them. We got what I consider a very glowing report from their staff review of our grant application, which is hopefully very promising. We don't anticipate hearing back on that until next meeting. Hopefully we have heard something by next meeting, although we're not guaranteed to have done so. So on the sources side, where the funding is coming from, you all know pursuing certificates of participation, the lease financing structure for about $3 million. We're hoping DOLA comes through for about $600,000. The fire station recently sold for about $820,000. So these things combine with the general fund balance money that was used to purchase the building to fund the whole kit and caboodle, so to speak. So I know that was a lot of figures. Feel free to.
No, we wanted to put that out there because next meeting, the plan is that you all will see the financing through the COP process through Collegiate Peaks Bank. That will be the $3 million. We did lock in at 3%, which is much lower than what the current rates are. So that's very good news. But that will be before you for approval. So since we just got final pricing, we wanted to kind of just give you some of those numbers. They're big numbers. They're higher than a year ago. But these are very, I think, reliable numbers. And I think we've put together a project here that we did take quite a bit out, but we did not sacrifice on what's going to be needed for a police station for years to come, right? So we're going to end up with a very good product. It took a lot of horse trading on certain aspects of the project. And I think we've got a very compelling application to DOLA. So hopefully, I think the funding sources line up great. I think we're actually still within the total how to pay for this plan that we had originally. So we feel good about it, but we realize that the numbers are higher than what we had hoped for a year ago. But that's true across the board for everything.
And I would just throw out there's a potential, because there's so many things that are long lead time, and this has the potential to be a short project because it's an interior innovation. And because prices are escalating so quickly, we are contemplating the opportunity to enter some sort of smaller
forward contract with the contractor in order to secure things that will take a long time to get and or things that are going to escalate a lot between now and when we have a contract with DOLA, should we get that award. So there may be some sort of forward contract before you as well next meeting. Again, in the spirit of let's get as much locked in as we can right now while we wait for the full approval from DOLA, should that come. So just a note of preparation.
So the contractor is taking the risk on costs going up because they're giving us a committed price. If somehow costs went down, we probably wouldn't get any benefit from that, right? Because they would still stick with
There
their.
are allowances within the contract.
So that 8% contingency that I mentioned
Yeah.
is a really easy example to point to of they will need to submit documentation for every dollar they try to take of that 8%. If they do not take all of that 8%, they would do what's called a deductive change order at the end of the contract and take that money out or give it back, so to speak, to the project. There's other line items in the pricing that you'll see that are also themselves allowances that require documentation as well. So that snow removal is an example, right? If we don't get a lot of snow, we save money. So there is opportunity for us to not spend that full price tag. That's part of their calculus is they're offering a guaranteed maximum price. So they're trying to build in some of that leeway, but there will be full documentation to back up all those expenses.
Okay. And you've looked at it and you can't find any ways to make it cheaper.
Oh, man. It's been looked at quite a bit.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Any questions for planning?
I had one about Carbon Street, Joseph, Urban Inc. Not denying access, or what's that all about? I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the concepts that you all have seen contemplate a connection between what is currently their driveway that goes into their parking lot and Carbon Street. While the town owns the dirt under their development, their ground lease, 75-year ground lease, conveys them a lot of rights and privileges that an owner would have. So they do get to control how their property is used. And that driveway is private property. It is a driveway. It is not a public right of way. So they do have a legal standing to say no. And so far they have done so pretty emphatically. We are working with them. We have presented them other alternatives. We have tried to focus on the benefit of the development with their residents and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think Joseph summarized that well. I don't think trying to press them legally is the route. We had an opportunity to talk with him. I emphasized how supportive town was of their development when neighbors were not pleased with what they were building, but that we supported them for the greater good of the community. So we're leaning into it that way, but also kind of demonstrating that their residents would benefit from connectivity through that area as well, as opposed to more of a cul-de-sac fill, which is what they've created. So that's the route we're taking.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have they explained what their reservations are, or just?
They're making vague references to their stakeholders, i.e. investors, not being happy with the idea. But when asked for what specifically do they not like, there just hasn't been any specific offered.
Okay.
Tell them we'll take the dirt from underneath their way.
Yeah.
Kill them.
Trustee Rowe, did you have a comment, question?
That was the exact same question I have. Yeah, it's just kind of frustrating because we've also asked them to come and talk to us, and they've also not done that. Seems like they're like, thanks, we're good, see you later kind of attitude, which
what I want.
Looks like all your drawings, I can't really interpret what's the difference between 1, 2, 3, and 4. But it looks like they all kind of are working with South Main.
Yeah, on the south side, all the 4 options that are currently on the MyBB website do contemplate the layout that you all saw last meeting, which is a collaboration with South Main and that sort of thing. The north side is what changes because of this connectivity question. So it contemplates 4 different options of how to get the side.
Any other questions? Okay, how about the Public Works Director, Sean?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, trustees. As always, the water production report with some of the comparable years, Ivy Leaks, fill station, construction water. So looking at our unaccounted totals with the known losses at Ivy League, it's about 15%. Still water loss. It's just a way to make me feel good, I think. But still working on that. They're scheduling that repair on the one that leg that they have isolated. And once they get that repair, we can kind of move forward on the other side. I don't know how timing wise. I talked to the leak detection consultant earlier this week, and it sounds like they're communicating with Ivy League. They're just trying to get contractor to get the leak that's isolated repaired. I think you all remember, I saw that you all got a memo from Philip regarding the source water protection district. So just a little blurb on where we're at with that. And, you know, we're looking at this real close. So Red Water Engineers is looking at all things water related on behalf of the town, and Archie and Associates is looking at the civil drawing. So some of the environmental impacts that, you know, might come with stormwater runoff, you know, houses, shingles, paint, PFAS, stuff like that, right? So, and then obviously the on-site wastewater treatment systems that might be proposed for that location. So hydraulic report's really going to be talking and wanting to see where that water is going, which way it's going, is it connected to the town's water supply. I think engineering reports should be able to provide that. Based on my memo back to Chaffee County Development, the review that we sent them, and we didn't have anything that we could really comment on because there was no sections in any of the documents that identify the water supply protection district. So that's what we're really trying to do right now, is identify that. And we did meet with the developer and a couple of the engineers there, and kind of let them know the high points of what we'd like them to be providing us, and then spend some time to share with them the ordinance, the water supply protection plan, and then the applications, the permits for those areas. So they're now aware of where they're at. Yeah, we got dust control just in time for snow, and then it's good again. And then snow again. So anyways, dust control is resolved for the time being. Anyways, we're, you know, one thing I would say, like on Main Street, you know, I don't know if you guys were around when we crack sealed. Everybody on Main Street is such good sports. I was anticipating a lot more negative feedback. What a good bunch of people that we have down there. Huge inconvenience, and had some issues with that day. But you know, we basically shut down Main Street for the day, and yeah, it actually went really good on from the relationship with Public Works has with the business owners and our community. So it's really refreshing to see. Yeah, I'll probably just jump right down to the milestones and missionable items. Arbor Day was really good. Went really good. Tree board, Public Works staff. They 22 trees planted in a couple days, so that went really well. Big thanks to beautification. So I apologize for the typo there. Why did Word let me go with beautification? Is that really a word? I didn't see it at all. But the graduation banners that the beautification purchased, they look great. And big thanks to Brian and the guys for getting those hung up. Awesome. I stuck in the voluntary water restrictions and then it snowed, but it's just the same one that we look at every year. And in all likelihood, at some point, we'll probably get it published on the website and, creating awareness on watering schedules. And we'll keep an eye on how our water is doing for the rest of our summer. We were pretty vulnerable for a while. I think snowpack got back up to 60% the last few days. It was down in the 30s.
That's 77% today.
Yeah.
It was down in the 30s.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll leave you guys with that. No, thanks.
Good, that's good.
Thank you, Sean. Questions for Sean? Okay, we have one more, the Recreation Department, Parks and Rec.
Yes, and I don't have too much to talk about because you guys have, you've heard all of our big announcements. We have, we're moving ahead on the pickleball courts, the Whipple Trail rehab that we've talked about in the past few meetings. Biggest thing in our department is just getting ready for summer. We have 52 girls in softball and 168 kids in T-ball / youth baseball. And a lot of our other youth programs this summer are already full. We have 2 spots left in our out of 40 in our mountain bike skills. We have 1 spot left in bus to swimming lessons out of 42. And we have about 9 spots left in adventure camp. And a good chunk of those programs don't start till late June, July, and we're already full. Gonna have a lot going on, and people, want to get out and do some fun activities this summer. And on the adult side, our softball registration deadline is Thursday. To handle our summer, we're still looking to fill 2 part-time staff positions, softball umpires and a youth baseball practice facilitator. We have some potential candidates there, but if anybody knows of anybody that's looking to umpire some softball or coach, lead some youth baseball practices, send them our way. We have 2 RFPs up on the town website right now, the Pocket Wave 2.0 remodel and the McPhillamy Park stage. And then the other project Earl's working on is there is going to be a group from Fountain Valley Schools in town tomorrow, and they're going to be working on the pump track. So we should get quite a few volunteer hours from the Fountain Valley School, which I believe is in Colorado Springs. And then, obviously this weekend is big with events. We have Paddle Fest pretty much all weekend, concerts in South Main Friday and Saturday with camping that goes along with that event. Disc golf tournament and Spirit Trail Run Sunday, to go along with everything else that's going on in town for just Memorial Day. So busy weekend. We have those events are looking solid with their plans, and we're just ready to go for summer.
Great. Good. Thank you, Shane. So what about trustee staff interaction? Kevin.
Good.
Okay, Cindy. Mark. I got nothing. Tina.
I did meet with the chamber this past week, which was it was pretty awesome. I'm excited for town and chamber to hopefully kind of do a little bit more together. So I'm excited for the opportunity to kind of renew that sense of communication between the two. But it was great interaction. So
thank you for doing that.
Sure.
Nothing too extensive. I did go to my first airport advisory board meeting and found it really informative and interesting. And I'm going to meet with Dan Fortright, the chair, just for coffee to get up to speed a little bit more. So
that's great.
It's been a while. Thank you all for jumping.
Yeah, they seem pleased to have that, have a liaison.
They've been asking for a few years, so they're delighted. Yeah, great.
Philip, anything?
I do, sorry. I'll go through them quickly. I want to recognize Michael Hammond. We've got this like flying saucers above us now, but our speaker system is set up here now where we don't, it's not all laid out here. But that really saves time on the setup and tear down of our meetings, which, as many of you probably noticed, takes a lot of work. And so in recognizing that, Ben Eichel does an amazing job for us doing the primary work for the setup and tear down for our meeting. So thank you to both of them. We are planning a day at the farm, but the town-owned farm for celebrating Michelle. So we're looking at possibly June 30th, but everybody will be invited. So we'll get something out for that. Thank you to Lillian for covering for Paula. Outstanding job. Packet day, everything. So great job, Lillian. Thank you. I do want to bring up and just kind of get a head nod from the board real quick. I know you'll do this, but it's something that's coming up more and more, and that is what inflation is doing to employers and employees. And I'm hearing municipalities and some of our counterparts having to make some mid-year adjustments for cost of living because they are starting to lose staff. I don't want to get to that point. I know you all don't either. So if the board is comfortable with the direction, I'd like to spend some time with Michelle and Jonna to look at the salary data that we do have. It is stale. It is a year old, which these days that's very out of date, but we could probably come back to the board with some thoughts on knowing what the inflation rate has been, how we kind of look in terms of an overall picture for our salaries and compensation for our staff. Maybe as a first step of the budget cycle, just to give us an opportunity to say, do we need to make any adjustments now or try to address it in the budget cycle? So I wanted to bring that up before we started getting to the point of saying, hey, we have a big problem here. But I know some of our contracted services have already identified that they're having to increase their rates, and they'll have to do that here pretty soon because they're starting to lose people too. So, or they're having to address compensation to keep people. So does all that sound pretty good? Look at in June, July timeframe?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Finally, I just want to recognize all the students for wrapping up another school year. For our household, that's a big deal. Many of you probably saw the tragedy today in Texas, which is heartbreaking. So of course, our law enforcement agencies and the school district are talking and they're prepared to protect our communities best they can, but it's just really hard to see. And anyway, so
I think Joel has had laryngitis tonight.
I haven't said it.
Oh, was he here?
Two quick things. I think Sean had it in his report, but just to make mention, we're having a bid opening for the Arizona Trail Project on Thursday, and I think we're looking at a couple bids anyway, 2 bids, and so that's promising. Maybe we'll take the next step to having the Arizona Trail Project done. The other thing, we had a little meeting with Sangre de Cristo. And they have informed us that over the summer, bit by bit, they're going to start replacing our streetlights, not the big Cobras, but the little Cobras, if you will. You know, those kind of like barn lights that with the kind of more dark sky, 3,000 Kelvin lights we've been talking about for years. So if those of you who weren't part of those conversations early on, there's one at the intersection of Railroad and where all around tires is next to the tree. So you might check it out. Pretty cool little light, little long light. So that should be happening this summer, and I might forget to mention it later, but you might just start seeing some changes. That's all.
I have spoken way too much.
Okay, Sean?
Yeah, just real quick. I got a phone call today, concerned citizen, high speeds near the elementary school. So, we talked about maybe getting more signage or more of a presence there with crosswalks or something there. So we're gonna kind of inventory it from the public works side. I did see that some of the drug-free school zone signs are pretty well painted, so looking to maybe re-inventory some of that while we're doing that. But look at maybe figuring out ways where maybe we can maybe need to add a speed limit sign where it's construction everywhere and right across the street at the courthouse, there can be some ability things, but just want to share that with you.
Michelle?
Good.
Okay. Lillian?
I'm good.
Okay, I got one question for Philip. The Idaho stop,
Yes,
is it legal or not legal?
it is legal. It's statewide. Our law enforcement's informed that they have different rules to interpret. It's a crazy written thing, but we'll see how it goes. But our law enforcement's aware.
Okay.
So it is illegal. I can't recite the whole thing, but essentially 15 years old and younger, they can yield through intersections with adults. Over 15, you can yield through stop sign intersections and then red lights as well. So,
But none of it applies to US 24, right? Or at least that's how it was before.
that's how it was before. That's not how I read it this time. So I'll email out more information about that if y'all are interested, but
Yeah, I think the public would want to know too. Oh. Okay.
Peter.
Peter,
Yeah.
where are you, Peter?
All right. I'm good. I know I'm breaking up a lot, so I haven't been talking, but I'm good. I don't have questions.
Where are you?
We can see him.
I'm currently at the beach in Mexico.
Oh, good for you. You
Good
missed
timing,
snow.
really good timing.
Nice.
Good.
Have fun.
All right, thank you.
It's the bad lighting.
So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Okay, Cobb, is there a second?
Second.
Oh. This meeting is adjourned. All right.
thank you all.
Later we just leave.